Hello, this is my collection video update. My collection consists of 248 puzzles of various types. Now this is only just one shelf. I have another bookcase. But anyways, I'm going to be going through each shelf individually, and I have them grouped up into different types of puzzles. So this first shelf are puzzles that resemble normal puzzles, so in-by-in puzzles. This next shelf consists of edge turners and the mix-ups. This next shelf consists of the corner turners and the Skewbs. And this bottom one consists of various miscellaneous puzzles that I couldn't really figure out where they belong necessarily. And here's a quick bonus shelf, which I couldn't fit any room anywhere else, but this shelf is designated for the Dayan Gems series. So this is my second bookcase of my collection. This top shelf consists of the puzzles that what I consider the big boy puzzles, which just consist of the Nxs and the Dodecahedrons and their dodecahedral counterparts. This next shelf are all the Cuboids. This one contains the dodecahedrons, and then the final shelf contains all of the classic Shapemods. So that's the overview of my collection, and in the next part of the video I will be going through each individual puzzle in order of the shelf that I shown. So I'll start off with the normal looking puzzles, and just for ease of navigation I will be posting in the description of the video timestamps for each shelf so you can quickly skip around. If you want to check out the Skewbs or whatever you want, you can just easily find it that way. So on to the next part. Okay, so now I will go through each individual puzzle in order of shelf that I showed off. So of course I started off with a 3x3. I mean, who doesn't start off with a 3x3? And before you ask, I don't speed solve. I started off speed solving just because I feel like that's kind of what everyone did. They just start off speed solving just to kind of see what everything is about, and that's kind of I just feel like that's kind of the intro into the cubing world. But I started off with speed solving, and I slowly realized that I wasn't really into it. So that's kind of when I started collecting more. So anyways, this was my first cube, the Rubik's brand. I mean, I feel like that's the case for a lot of people. Rubik's brand being the first. So very nostalgic puzzle. People say it sucks, but I mean, it's nostalgic, so I mean, it's just amazing in that sense. Okay, so then we'll just go ahead and get these out of the way. These are just 1x1s. This one's in transparent blue. Yeah, these aren't really puzzles, but that's just what they are. So going up the in-by-in lineup, we're actually going to go down first with the Xingqiao 2x2. I got this very soon after the original 3x3 when I started. Just the intro into the cubing world. And then we have the Xingqiao 4x4. This is a very nostalgic puzzle for me. I don't know why. I just really enjoyed learning how to solve the 4x4. And then we have the Xingqiao 5x5, believe it or not, Xingqiao again. I was really into Xingqiao when I first started. And then next up we have, believe it or not, a Xingqiao 6x6. Not really a fan of this one, to be honest. I really don't like the Xingqiao 6x6, but I mean, whatever. But then we have the Xingqiao 7x7. I love this puzzle. This is, I don't know why, I just really love the feeling of this puzzle. Again, I don't speed solve. I know this isn't the best speed solve puzzle, speed solving puzzle, but I just love the feeling for it. And as a casual solver, I think this is just an amazing puzzle. And now, skip ahead. We're going to skip 8x8 and 9x9 because I didn't pick those up at the time. So we're going to skip to 10x10. This is actually a Christmas gift. So I saved $120 or $130 or however much it is. Okay. So that was pretty much the start of my cubing life, I guess. Just going up the end by ends. I had a few other puzzles sprinkled in here and there, but we're going to go back a step. We're going to skip to a few years, or actually a few months before the time being right now. So that whole collection was the start of my collection. And these two puzzles came a few months actually before today. So skipping ahead a few years. But this is a Force 8x8 and a Force 9x9 in yellow and blue. And now these were custom made by Reddit user Dodecahedrons. So big shout out to him. These are really cool puzzles. So one of a kind, very unique. And I think these are the MF8 Classroom series puzzles, the stickerless puzzles. So he just made them into Force puzzles. And I got the yellow one and the blue one. So very cool. So big thank you to him. Okay. So now this is a Chi Dimensions 3x3. I got this when I was first into speed cubing, just kind of exploring the whole world of cubing. So this is my first speed cube, and I think it looks really cool. And it's honestly not even that bad of a puzzle. Next we have this 4x4. I don't really remember what puzzle this is, what brand this is. I'm also not entirely sure when I got it. So yeah, there's that. This is a Yushin 5x5. I think I got this for a birthday present, I believe. Again, this is when I was still kind of into speed cubing, but I've since moved on from that. But it's still a nice solve. Still feels nice. This is a Moyu Tanglong. This is my first, I guess, what you consider good speed cube. The Chi Dimension isn't amazing in speed cube quality, but this one's like miles ahead. Still wouldn't be considered top of the line when it comes to other speed cubers' opinions, people who actually take this sport seriously. But as a casual speed cuber, not really a speed cuber, this is perfect for me. Like, I really love the feeling of this puzzle, so I don't feel the need to get any better with this. So I don't feel like I need to get a better cube than that. I think that's perfect for me. Still into the speed solving era. Actually, I think this is a little bit after the speed solving era. But this is a Moyu Aolong V1 in limited edition transparent green. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this before or after I've kind of transitioned into the more collecting side. But I got this knowing that I didn't really care about speed solving. I only got it because it's in transparent green. And I am a sucker for limited edition puzzles, so yep, it looks really cool. These next two puzzles, I don't know the brand of these puzzles. I've been told a few times on Reddit what they were, but I've already forgotten. But I got these during the cubicle when they were doing, or I think they're still doing it, but they were doing the mystery puzzles, and I ended up getting a 3x3 and a 4x4, so that's cool. I think this is a Kung Fu 3x3. I know that's a sub-brand of some other company. I don't know. And I don't even know what 4x4 this is. So yeah. Okay. This is a Moyu 4x4. I can't remember the name of it. This is still kind of in my speed cubing era. Pretty good 4x4, I would say. This is a 3x3. Again, I don't remember the brand of it. I think it's Moyu. It might be the Cubing Classroom 3x3. I'm not entirely sure. And then here we have a very small 3x3. I picked up at Walmart, I think. It's just a 3x3, but very tiny. And now we have a Glonlong, I believe, just in these kind of pink purple Valentine shade stickers. Ignore the fact that they're not fully fitted. I didn't know any better, so yeah. Okay. Next up we have the Meffert's Molecube. I'm not entirely sure what the name is, honestly, but it's a Sudoku 3x3. It's not solved right now, obviously, but I don't have any chance of solving this because I was never good at Sudoku in the first place. So, putting it into a 3x3 form, yeah, I have no chance. And it's a keychain, so that's kind of cool. This is a Nightmare 3x3, and it's internally bandaged. You can't actually see where the bandaging is because they're glued. The pieces are glued together, so I can't turn this, but I can turn this layer. Yeah, don't even know how to go about solving this. It's honestly really hard to scramble as well, so I can't remember who came up with the original idea for a Nightmare bandage 3x3, but it was someone online. I saw them make a video, and I just decided to make my own because I thought it was pretty cool. Next up we have the Siamese 3x3 and the Fused 3x3. It's just bandaged 3x3s, so this one you can only make R, U, and I guess F, U, and R moves. Same with this. They're solved separately too, so it's not like these pieces interchange with these over here. So it's just basically two 3x3 solves. And then this one, the Siamese cube, you can only make, I guess, R, or I guess a wide R too as well, and U moves. Again, the pieces are solved, or the puzzles are solved separately, so you would solve this 3x3 and then this one. They don't interchange pieces. Pretty simple mod, considering, well, if I can make the mod, then you can make it, because also, this is definitely my worst made mod. Like, it's just very poorly made. Like, if you just look closely, it's awfully done. But oh well. Again, they're super simple mods. All you need is glue. Simple enough that I can make it, so that means you can make it. This is a two-colored 4x4. Again, this is made by Reddit user Dodecahedrons, so again, big shout out to him. All it is just two colors of a 4x4, and this actually has multiple solid states, so it's pretty cool. Like, you can do it this way, or just layered like this. It's pretty cool. And you can do some sort of weird checkerboard pattern. I don't know, something, I don't know. But yeah, pretty cool puzzle. It's actually pretty fun to solve too. And now we have a Void Cube, Void 3x3. This is a LAN. You just see through it. And then jump back a little bit. I missed this speed cube back in my speed cubing days. This is a Moyu puzzle, Moyu 2x2. Can't remember what it was, what the brand was, but yeah. Tangpo maybe? I'm not sure. And now we have the Armadillo Cube. It's just a 3x3 sticker mod, but I mean it's stickerless, but it's essentially just a sticker mod. Don't remember the company that made it, but this is actually a really fun puzzle, and it turns like insanely well. Okay, now we have a Phantom 5x5. This is a Yushin puzzle, Yushin 5x5. This is one of my few Phantom puzzles that I've made. I think Phantom puzzles look really cool, so I decided to make a Phantom 5x5. Okay, and the final few puzzles. We have the Wit Eden 4x4 AI. This is one of my favorite puzzles. Like, it takes a lot of strategy to solve this. And to scramble these pieces around, you need to do setup moves to get them all in the top layer. So now you can move them around like that. And you can continue scrambling. This is a very fun puzzle, one of my favorites. This is the Calvin's Constrained Cube 90. So you can turn each face only by 90 degrees, just like that. You can't go anymore. And each face is like that. I'm not a huge fan of this puzzle, mainly because of bandages. I'm really not a fan of bandaging puzzles. So like the Siamese cubes, they just don't really do it for me. I solved this once. I probably have no intention to solve it again. Bandaging just honestly kind of takes the fun out for me. Speaking of bandaging, we have the Latch Cube, which is actually a very cool puzzle. You have these arrows on the faces, which means, well, the arrows are going in clockwise rotation, so you can rotate the puzzle or the face clockwise, but you can't go counterclockwise. So let's see if I can set something up. So you can see arrows are now going in opposite directions, so you can't turn this face at all now. And you can set it up, maybe if I can. Yeah, and the caps pop off all the time, so. Now, what would be an amazing idea, or sadistic idea, would be to take a normal latch cube and just replace it with a normal colored scheme. So, remove the arrows, and you have no idea where the bandaging occurs. That would be the most. Yeah, these caps are unbelievable. But that would be probably, I think, would be the hardest 3x3 you could come up with. So if anyone wants to do that, you should do it. And then the final puzzle on the shelf is the only 3D printed puzzle I have that's on the shelf. And this is Oscar's Proportional O Cube. So it looks like a 3x3, but it doesn't turn like a 3x3. So you give it to someone, and they kind of figure out how to turn it, and then they either figure it out or they give up, and you show them that it actually turns on the corners. And so they go, oh, hence the name, Proportional O Cube. It's proportional because the original O Cube, well, the cubies weren't proportional. I think the center ones were skinny and the corners were really wide. But Oscar revamped his design and made the proportional O Cube. And it revealed these extra pieces. I think it revealed only these like 4 central corners. But yeah, this is a really cool puzzle. This was printed by Grigor Russia on his Etsy store. I'll have a link in the description for where I buy pretty much all of my puzzles. So I'll post a link to his store along with where I got everything else. So yeah, that is the first shelf. On to the next one. Okay, so the next shelf are the edge turners and the mix-ups. So we will start with the edge turners. First we have the classic helicopter cube. Turns on the edges, of course. And as with all edge turners of this sort, you can jumble as well. This is the Z Cube. I think that's the brand, Z Cube, not sure. So we have the helicopter cube, and then the next layer of complexity would be the classic curvicopter, which just adds in these edges that aren't visible. So you now have these edges. Same concept, edge turns, jumbles, but now with added edges. So then we have the, ignore this hair. Now we have the Curvicopter Plus, which is a very unfortunate puzzle because it's a very cool concept. But if you were to fully scramble these pedal pieces, it just severely locks up the puzzle and it ruins the fun. So you can now separate the middle pieces, which you couldn't do on the original Curvicopter. But once it starts to get shape shifted, pieces start fudging together and it's just so bad. But there is a cool alternative, which will be shown off later. So the next one is the MF8 Curvicopter 3. There is no Curvicopter 2 because that's not mass produced. But the Curvicopter 3, as opposed to the regular Curvicopter, the cuts go in deeper past the center of the puzzle, which reveals these extra pieces. This is actually a pretty fun solve. Although I'm not really good at edge turning puzzles, I feel like I'm really bad at solving them. I just don't understand the last layer. I can get everything else. I can do jumbling moves, and I understand that concept, but just for some reason, getting the last layer, I don't know why. I just can't really do them that well. This is the MF8 3x3 Curvicopter. So you have regular Curvicopter moves, and then you also have 3x3 moves. So you might think this is actually a really cool concept, but in reality, it's literally no different. This solve is no different than a regular 3x3, because when you do a 3x3, or not a 3x3, a Curvicopter, if you do a full scramble, you can swap orbits of the pedal pieces, and you can do that on this puzzle too, but doing a 3x3 turn, it takes out that's basically swapping orbits of the pedal pieces as well. So really the only new thing is just putting in these edges and making sure the corners are solved or not rotated incorrectly. So you just do a 3x3 solve and then a Curvicopter solve. So I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's honestly nothing new. And these center pieces like collapse into the puzzle if you're not careful, and that can be really annoying to get them out. So I don't really recommend this puzzle. It's just kind of nothing new, to be honest. Okay. Next we have the Fisher Curvicopter. So what a Fisher puzzle is if you take, it's going to be kind of hard to show off on this puzzle, but a Fisher cube is if you were to take a 3x3 and shift the axis of rotation 45 degrees, you would now be basically, instead of turning a face, you would be turning an edge, like that. So if you were to apply that concept on a curvicopter, you take the edges and rotate each axis of rotation by 45 degrees. You now are rotating the edge on the corner of the puzzle. So that's the equivalent turn. Edge, corner, pedal, pedal, corner, pedal, pedal. So that's a really cool idea. Now this puzzle was 3D printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. It was printed by Jason from Chewy's Custom Stickers. And I'll post a link to his shop in the description. And so yeah, these edges shifted 45 degrees, so they're now on the face. So now you're rotating these faces, which is pretty cool. Okay. Next, we have the Flower Copter, which is a hybrid of a curvicopter and a dino cube, which is, or I guess it's more like a ready cube instead of a dino since it has the corners. So you mix corner moves, corner turns with edge turns. I'm really not a fan of this puzzle. It looks really cool, but doing the moves, since there's so many pieces intersecting at the center, it just locks up really badly. So that's kind of why I not have it. This is kind of why I don't have it solved, because I'm not really a fan of the puzzle. So yeah, I could have put this in the corner turning puzzles, but to be honest, I'm kind of running low on room in the corner turning puzzles, and this is kind of personal opinion, but I feel like the edge turns seem more prominent. I don't know. That's up to debate. Next we have the MF8 helicopter dodecahedron, which is just a curvicopter, but in dodecahedral form. Same exact concept, same exact moves, just in a dodecahedron. This was one of my OG puzzles, my OG non-WCA puzzles. This is one of the very first puzzles I've ever had. I could have put this in the dodecahedrons as well, the dodecahedron shelf, but I just felt like it was better suited for the edge turning puzzles. Okay. Now we have the Chi 4-leaf clover cube and the 4-leaf clover cube plus. So this is kind of like a curvicopter, but it doesn't have the corners. It's also kind of like this as well, but it doesn't have the edges. Or this does have the edges, so it's kind of like a mix of these two puzzles, where this one doesn't have corners, but it has the edges. I don't know. So again, same exact moves, just no corners. And then the 4-leaf clover cube plus, same exact puzzle as this, but now we have 2x2 cuts. So now you can turn it like a 2x2. Pretty cool. Okay, now on to the real clover cube. People mistake this as the clover cube, but this is the 4-leaf clover cube. This is the original clover cube made by Very Puzzle. So it turns on the edges, and each move will jumble the puzzle. So you turn this, now you can't turn this edge. So it's not exactly like a helicopter cube or a curvicopter, because when you turn it, it's not symmetrical, as you can see. Like, there's just no symmetry to it, so it's kind of the same concept, kind of not. This is made by Very Puzzle. And then I have another one. By the way, Very Puzzle, thanks for making limited edition puzzles, because apparently they know I'm a sucker for limited edition puzzles, especially in transparent, fun colors. Now, as you can see, it's not fully stickered, because for whatever reason, Very Puzzle, they're inconsistent with their stickers. Like, most of the time, they're like amazing colors, and they just look awesome. But for whatever reason, the Clover Cube, some of the stickers, some of the faces were just awful. Like, they're just vomit-inducing. They're so bad. I couldn't tell you why. I meant to get some extra stickers, normal color stickers, but I just haven't gotten around to it for some reason. So that's why it's partially unstickered. So yeah, thanks for making limited edition puzzles. That's more money down the drain. Moving on, we have the Clover Octahedron, again made by Very Puzzle. Now these are the stickers that I'm expecting. These are factory stickers, no custom stickers or anything. Straight from the box. All these stickers just look amazing. And this is one of my favorite looking puzzles. It just looks awesome. Okay. And then moving on, we have the Clover Dodecahedron. Same thing, same deal. I'm probably not going to scramble these puzzles because the scrambling process is basically the exact same as the solving process. And I just love the look of these puzzles, so I don't really feel the need to scramble them. Again, we have some faces that aren't fully stickered, because again, the factory stickers, some of them were just vomit-inducing. Still haven't gotten around to picking up normal color stickers. I really should do that at some points. And Very Puzzle does have a Clover icosahedron, but I don't have that one. It was in limited edition blue, and I would have gotten that, but they ran out. They were out of stock, so that was very sad and unfortunate. So I don't think I'll be picking up the Clover icosahedron unless another blue one comes up. So next, we have the Land Crazy Comet. Now I know technically this isn't an edge turner. It's geometrically a face turner, but if we're talking, what's the word for it? If we're talking mechanically, then this is technically an edge turner. No, this is a shape mod of the Cuboid Plus. So that's why I put this in with the edge turners. As you turn the edge, that's the same move. So this is the edge. Let's see. Centerpiece, middle centerpiece, corner, and it just goes around. So it's the same puzzle, just a shape mod. So this is an alternative to this. This has all the same moves, and it doesn't fudge the puzzle like this one does, so I would recommend getting this. This is actually a really fun puzzle. So this is the Land Crazy Comet. And then next up we have the Big Boy Heaven's Eyes. Now this is, if you take the Land Crazy Comets and apply the Sun Cube aspect, which is, the Sun Cube aspect is, I'll go more in depth into it once I show off the Sun Cube, but basically you can turn a face part way, and then you can see I can't turn this face, but if you were to apply the Sun Cube aspect to the Crazy Comet, you could turn that face, and now I can turn this face. So I haven't scrambled this puzzle, and I don't plan on it. I know everyone at Reddit wants me to, but I'm not going to. Sorry, guys. The thing with the Sun Cube puzzles is that it internally bandages, and I'm already not a fan of bandaging. So if you make it internal, that's just like, ugh. But I got this because it looks unbelievably amazing. So I really love puzzles just for the artistic look, the artistic feel. This is by MF8 also. As you can see by the nasty logo, which I wish I could remove just for purity. But yes, that's the Heaven's Eyes. Okay, the last few edge turners. This is the Hexcopter 12 Kirby, made by, or designed by David Pitcher. This puzzle is actually very simple. It's no more difficult, maybe a little bit more difficult than a Ready Cube, but it's the exact same principle. These edges can't actually flip in their place. If they're in their place, then they're going to be solved. So you don't have to worry about orientation. But it looks really cool. It looks really nice. There's David Pitcher's logo. Okay, and then the final two. We have David Pitcher's Edge of Insanity, and then the shape mod that came from it, the Insanity Cubed, which is mass produced. This is not. This is made by Calvin. So it's the Edge of Insanity because it turns on the edges. And it's a jumbling only puzzle, so each turn will jumble some of the axes. I actually really enjoy this puzzle. I'm not a fan of bandaging puzzles. I actually got this way before I got this one. So I just felt inclined to pick up this one, just so I can have the original inspiration. But this is the exact same puzzle. It solves the exact same way, literally the exact same way. You would normally think a shape mod, geometrically different shapes. You would think that the solve might differ just a little bit, which is normally the case, but no. These puzzles solve the exact same way. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so those are the edge turning puzzles. Next up we have the Mixups. So this is the original Mix-Up puzzle, originally designed by Oscar van Deventer. And this is produced by Calvin. That actually might be wrong, I'm not entirely sure. I forgot who produced this. But Mix-Up puzzles, they look like a 3x3. They are a 3x3, but if you do a middle slice by 45 degrees, or any degree slice depending on the mix-up puzzle, you can now do this turn, which swats the centers and edge pieces. And you obviously can't do that on a regular 3x3. So you can turn the middle layer by a certain number of degrees depending on the mix-up puzzle, and now you can make mix-up turns. So that's the mix-up 3x3. You go one step higher, you have the 3x3 Mix-Up Plus. Again, I forget the company who made this. Oh, this actually might be Wet Eden. I think this is Wet Eden. I'm not 100% sure who did this. It might be Wet Eden. But so anyways, you just have extra pieces now with the 3x3 Plus. It looks really cool too. I love the look of this one. And then we have the Limb Cube. This is definitely Limb Cube. I know that. This is the Limb Cube 3x3 Mix-Up Ultimate. And this is one of my all-time favorite puzzles. I love solving this puzzle. It's so much fun. So this isn't exactly 45 degrees like the other two were. This might be 30 degrees or something, as you can see. Not entirely sure, but it looks. This puzzle looks insane when it's scrambled. Like it's one of my favorite looking puzzles just solved and scrambled. It's amazing. This is one of my favorite puzzles of all time. And now we have the Sun Moon Cube by MF8. It's another mix-up puzzle. 45 degrees. It does bandage a little bit though, so let's see if I can figure out. No. But yeah, it's the same concept, just extra pieces. I can't figure out how to do it right now. Again, not really a fan of bandaging puzzles, so it's kind of whatever. Next up we have the, this is the Wit Eden, I think. The Octahedral Mix-Up 1. So, again, same exact concept. It's just a 3x3. It's really just a shape mod of this, so the exact same solid, basically. And then we have the Octahedral Mix-Up 2 Plus. I skipped the Octahedral 2 because, unfortunately, these Octahedral Mix-Up puzzles aren't really well built. You can really see it on the Octahedral Mix-Up 3. The number 1 is actually, it's pretty good. It does lock up a bit, but the problem with these Octahedral Mix-Up puzzles is that when you do mix-up moves, you can see how large these edges are, and that just blocks the, when you do the mix-up moves, it just collides into other pieces, because these edges are so large, and it's just not really well built, or well designed in that aspect. So if I were to scramble these, I would just scramble them like a 3x3. I wouldn't even do the mix-up moves, just because it ruins the solve. Because again, all of these are just shape mods, or at least these two are shape mods of the original mix-up. So yeah. But this puzzle, on the other hand, the 2 Plus, again, I skipped the original 2 because it's just a bad design puzzle as well. But the 2 Plus eliminates that. This is such an amazingly built puzzle. You can do all the mix-up moves. Again, this is a shape mod of the 3 Plus. You can do all of the moves that you can do on this, and there's no like external, fudging and collisions with the pieces. So this is an amazing puzzle, and I highly recommend it. It's actually a lot of fun to solve too. So yes, of all the octahedral mix-ups, definitely get this one if you're planning on getting one. So on to the final few. We have the 4x4 mix-up. This one, you would think, 3x3 to 4x4, you would think this one would introduce a lot more concepts, but it really doesn't. The only new concept is when it's all shape-shifted and mixed up and not in its cubic form. Because you can have like one edge kind of like sticking up right here. So that's the only new concept you have. Like, you don't even need to learn the parity algorithm. Like, there is no parity. You can literally, like, if two edges were flipped normally, you could just do a mix-up move and just flip it that way. So pretty much all 4x4 aspects are kind of negated since it's a mix-up puzzle, but it's still a fun solve. I still enjoy it, and it's built pretty well. The outer edges or outer layers are kind of locky at times, but it's nothing horrible. I definitely have worse puzzles. So, and now we have the 4x4 Mix-Up Plus. So this is a crazy looking puzzle. As you probably have already guessed, I have a lot of puzzles that are scrambled, and I know that can annoy a lot of people in the cubing community because they love to have their puzzles scrambled. I am not like that. If I scramble a puzzle, I might just leave it on the shelf for the longest time ever. Well, the thing with this one is I just don't know how to solve it, and I've never taken the time to really learn it. So yeah, speaking of scrambled puzzles, We have this one. Oh my goodness. What is this? Well, I can tell you what this is. This is the 4x4 Mix-Up Plus 2 by Limcube. And oh my god, where do you even begin to solve this? The good thing is though, this looks amazing scrambled. I don't know if this will ever be solved again, because I can't find any resources on how to solve it. But this is just nightmare fuel, as you can clearly tell. But I just love this puzzle, at least in its scrambled form. Like, how do you make sense of this? So yeah, this is scrambled, probably will never be solved again. Now what's interesting about this actually is I can't really find these on the market anymore. It seems like these have just kind of disappeared. I don't know if they just discontinued them. I know when I was looking, since this is the 4x4 Mix-Up Plus 2, there were 4 versions in total, and I could only find, it was either 2 and 4 that were available at the time when I bought this, and I only got this one. But now I just can't find any of them available at all, so I don't know if they just discontinued them or something. Kind of unfortunate, because it's a really cool puzzle. So anyways, that concludes the second shelf of my collection. Those are the edge turning puzzles and the mix-ups. On to the next shelf. Okay, so this is the third part, or the third shelf of my collection, which consists of the corner turners and the Skewbs. So they're pretty much all the corner turners on one shelf, since Skewbs are still technically corner turners. So that's pretty cool. So first off, we'll start with the classic Pyraminx, and I guess I'll throw in the 1x1 Pyraminxes. So pretty neat little things, no real use, just to look cool. But anyways, the Pyraminx, the classic Pyraminx, is 1, 2, 3 layers if you count the trivial tip. But for the sake of showing off the collection, I'm just gonna say this is 3 layers. So once I get to the master Pyraminx and whatnot, it'll just continue up. Very simple puzzle, mostly intuitive. Anyone could probably solve this. So, and here's another Pyraminx I have actually. Again, I got this after I realized I wasn't really into speed solving, but this is by the way, this was the Xingqiao Pyraminx. And this is a Moyu magnetic Pyraminx in transparent blue. The only reason I got it was because it was transparent blue. Like, that's really it. It's really cool. Next up, we have the Xingqiao Master Pyraminx. So it's 4 layers. This was a pretty fun puzzle to figure out my own solution, or just figuring out any solution to it's actually pretty fun. I'm pretty sure anyone who's ever tried to solve this, they've at least given it a shot trying to figure out their own solution, and if they have solved it with their own solution, I can probably guarantee you they said it's really fun to figure out. So that's the 4-layer Pyraminx. Now unfortunately I don't have the 5-layer Professor Pyraminx because it's discontinued and they're pretty hard to find. But I do have the 6-layer actually, Royal Pyraminx by Calvin's Puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 layers. This one's also really fun to solve, and I just have it in this interesting little pattern. So this is another really fun one. The higher order Pyraminxes are really fun to figure out your own solution. Okay. So if we take the Pyraminx and put it into an octahedral form, you get this. This is the corner turning octahedron by, I can't remember the name or the company who produced this. Land maybe? I don't remember, but I do know these puzzles are actually pretty hard to find now. For some reason, they've been discontinued. So I got this one at the right time apparently. But it's, if you can solve a Pyraminx, you can solve this. It's really no different. There's no parity situations or anything. It's literally the exact same solve, just with more pieces. So next up, we have the Leifoon Pyraminx Duo. I think that's what it's called. You just turn the corners and the centers get dragged along with it. This is a very trivial puzzle. I think the maximum amount of moves on any scrambled state is 4. So given any scrambled state, you can solve this in at the most 4 moves. So it's still pretty fun to solve, pretty neat. Next up we have the Ivy Cube. Now this puzzle is actually a shape mod of the Pyraminx. It is not a shape mod of the Skewb, which a lot of people tend to believe. This is just a cubic transformation of the Pyraminx. So if you were to turn this layer, it's turning this. So the trivial tip, and then you have these are as the edges. And then these central pieces are non-existent. So it's the exact same solve as a Pyraminx. Well, not exactly, since edges don't have orientation now. So this is the Chi Ivy Cube, I think. It's a really fun solve, to be honest. I really enjoy it. Okay, so those are the Pyraminxes. Now we're gonna move on to the Dino Cube. This is the base puzzle for a lot of puzzles that are gonna be coming up really shortly that I'll show off. So the Dino Cube, this is the MF8 Dino Cube. It's a corner turner, obviously, and it slices down the exact middle of each face. Just like that. Now, due to how the pieces interact with each other, you can actually have multiple, or 2 solid states rather. So you can actually have swapped faces, believe it or not. So the red face can go right here, and the orange on this face. And you can do that with any opposite faces. So that's just an interesting aspect of the Dino Cube. But again, this is a very simple puzzle. Okay. So if we add 1 layer to the Dino Cube, we get the Lattice Cube, or technically the Master Dino Cube, but it's called the Lattice Cube. And this is by Calvin's puzzle as well. So again, you have the regular Dino moves that split right down the center. The sticker's peeling up, whoops. They go right down the center, and then you have an extra layer, which makes it the Master Dino Cube, to turn like that. The outer layers are they're actually quite stiff. You actually do need to use a bit of force to turn them. The normal Dino turns are actually really good. It's just the outer layers are quite stiff. So this solve actually isn't too difficult. It's the hardest part is turning these. These are actually quite annoying. But other than that, the solve is actually quite simple. Okay. So next up we have the Ready Cube. Now the Ready Cube is a Dino Cube, except you have the corners exposed. Where you don't have the corners on the Dino Cube. But if you were to expose the corners, then you would get the Ready Cube. So the exact same thing, except now you have corner orientation. Which brings me to this puzzle. Oh, this is the Moyu Ready Cube. Which brings me to this puzzle, which is the Lan Honeycopter. I think that's what it's called. But it's exactly like, it's the exact same puzzle as a Ready Cube. So you have the corners, and then you turn it. If I can turn it, there we go. This is one piece, so the edges just go around like that. It's just the shape mod, honestly, or pieces are differently shaped. This puzzle is actually quite painful. You can easily get your fingers pinched in between these sharp edges, so it's not really fun to solve, to be honest, because of that. So you want to be careful if you do pick it up. Honestly, you might as well just pick up the Ready Cube, since it's the exact same puzzle. This is just for the aesthetics. Okay. So if you were to take a Ready Cube and add one layer, you get the, what is this called? This is the Mosaic Cube, yes, by Lan. So again, you have the Ready Cube moves, and then one layer up, you get the Mosaic Cube. So you have this, and you could also consider this. This is also kind of a Master Dino Cube, or the Lattice Cube, but again, you have the extra corners exposed, which you don't have on the Lattice Cube. So all of these puzzles are very closely related to the Dino Cube. They're all based on the Dino Cube. Okay. Next up we have the Bubbloids. This is the Bubbloid 4, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 by 4 by 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could have put these puzzles in the Cuboid shelf, but it just felt right to put them in the corner turning shelf. So this is what these puzzles are. It's basically two Dino Cubes kind of fused, or if you were to take a Dino Cube and stretch it out, then you get this. That's basically what this concept is. You get these extra pieces exposed. And so this one is the Bubbloid 5, 5, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4. And so the exact same thing, just on a different axis, I think, is where the Dino Cube gets stretched out. I mean, it's basically the same concept. I feel like this solve is actually a bit more challenging than this, even though like they're the same solve, but they're different. I can't really explain it, to be honest. But they're fun nonetheless. As long as I think there's a second version, because this is the original. These were the original versions, and out of the box they aren't very good. They catch a lot, but I think there's a new version that came out, and I think they're a lot better. I haven't tried them out though, so. Okay, so next up we have this really cool looking puzzle. This is the Grills 2 by MF8s. Oh, and the Bubbloids are by Calvin. I'm sorry if I missed naming some of the companies of some of the puzzles. I'm trying my best to name all the companies as well. But this is the Grills 2 by MF8s. What happened to the Grills 1 puzzle? I don't know. That is a great question. Literally have no idea. But what this puzzle is, it's kind of like, it's basically a Mosaic Cube fused with a 3x3. So you have both corner turns, or both layers of the corner turns from the Mosaic Cube, And then you have the 3x3 turns. And then you can combine them like that. This one is a really fun one to figure out how to solve. It is a little bit tricky, but if you have a good idea of how puzzles work, then it shouldn't be too difficult to figure out. A little bit of puzzle solving experience would be required to figure out your own solution, but it was really fun. I really like this one. So that's the grills too. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the regular Dino cube. This is just a Dino cube shape mod into a cylinder. But you actually do have center orientation on this. So that's the turn on that. And then you have this turn. So the centers are now exposed. Or I guess this would technically be the corner, rather. And then you have each edge piece. So this is a very simple solve. This is by MF8. Smaz, I think that's the original designer. I could be mistaken. Not entirely sure. So that's the Dino Cube, or Dino Cylinder by MF8. If you could actually these are more closely related since these have corner orientation. Yeah. So I guess these two are more related than the Dino Cube. Okay, so next up is the classic Rex Cube. Now, if you were to take a Dino Cube, and if you were to extend the cuts just a little bit past the center, then you get the Dino Cube, or the Rex Cube. The cuts go a little bit past the center, which exposes these central petals. This is a classic puzzle that a lot of collectors have. You would see this in most collections, and this is a really fun one. I really enjoy this one. Okay. Next up, we have kind of the oddball on the shelf. This is the Chi Ancient Coin Cube. It is a corner turner. It turns on the corners, but it also has these face turns. This is a very simple puzzle, very easy. Now, I say it's an oddball in the shelf because it's kind of hard to compare it with any of the other puzzles that's on the shelf. I mean, you have the corner turns, obviously, which is why I put it on the shelf. But, like, you can't really... It's very different than all the other puzzles because none of them have, you know, face turns. So, I don't know. I just put it on the corner turning shelf just because, well, it turns on the corners. So that's the Chi Ancient Coin Cube. Oh, Rex Cube is by... I cannot remember who made this. Yeah, I don't remember. I have a lot of puzzles in my collection. It's hard to keep track of everything. Next up, we have the MF8 Unicorn Cube. This is a very interesting one, where these are semi-dino moves. It's not technically a dino turn, because what I would consider a true dino turn would be if it cuts along the center. But since these don't turn along the centers, or along the middle of the puzzle, it's not technically a dino turn, but close enough. So I have the corner turns, along with normal 3x3 turns. Now what's interesting about this one is, if you were to do so you can turn this, right? But if you were to turn a 3x3 only 90 degrees, this is now bandaged. You can't actually turn this. But if you were to do 180 degree turns on the 3x3, then you will always have access to each corner turn. So that's pretty cool. And you don't have the corner turns on every single corner, as you can see. But this puzzle, the Corona Cube, but I'm really sorry, I cannot remember the name of the person that originally designed this. I feel really bad now. But this is the Corona Cube, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. And now this is essentially a unicorn cube, but every corner on this one is able to do a corner turn. Just like that. I'm gonna figure out who made this. I do have another puzzle by this designer, and when I get to that, I will mention his name and mention the Corona Cube again. But this is a really cool puzzle. I love the look of this puzzle. So this is essentially the exact same solve as the Unicorn Cube, just with more pieces. That's the Corona Cube. Okay. So we're almost done with the corner turners until we get to the Skewbs. So this one is the Sunrise Sunset by David Pitcher, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. It's called Sunrise Sunset because if you look at the faces like this, it looks like it resembles a sunrise and a sunset. Not this side though, but the reason I really like the look, if you look at it like this, I love the look of the faces like this. So I know this kind of ruins the continuity of sunrise sunset, but I just love the looks of these anyway. I like the looks of all these faces put together. So what this puzzle is, it turns on each corner. So you have these wide turns, and you have these turns up top. So these turns are a little bit tricky to get going, just because there are so many pieces intersecting right there. So this is very similar to a Pyramix solve. If you could solve a Pyramix, you could probably solve this. It's not too much more difficult than a Pyramix. Now, what's cool about this puzzle will always hold a special place in my heart, even though it's not too difficult or too crazy. But I will always love this puzzle because this was the very first 3D printed puzzle I've gotten. So it will always be special for that reason. So that's the Sunrise Sunset. Okay, next up we have David Pitcher's Fracture 10, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. So this puzzle only turns on these 5 corners around the equator. These corners are stationary. This is part of the core, and so is this. So it turns like this. Now, what's crazy about this puzzle, what makes this puzzle so difficult is it bandages a lot. So right now, I'm able to make these turns. And I forget the criteria. Yeah, okay, so if you look at these triangles, all of them are pointing towards the center. So I will be able to make 90-degree moves, and I will still be able to make turns on the adjacent corners. But if you look at this one, where not all the triangles are pointed to the center, these are pointed out, I can still make 90-degree moves if I wanted to, but that means these 2 corners will be blocked. But if I did a 180-degree turn, now they're freed up. So it's a very difficult puzzle. I have not been able to figure out a solution. This is the closest I've got, but I don't think this is the proper way to go about solving it. It looks like it's pretty close, but I'm not convinced this is actually how you solve it, but this is a really cool looking puzzle. I love the look of it, especially in red plastic. So, moving on to the final corner turner. This is the Constellation 6 by Timur Evbrichov, printed by Grigorussia. So this is a very complex looking puzzle, and the geometry even gets more complex, which I can't even begin to explain. But basically what it is, it only has 3 turning axes on each of the corners. And I wasn't able to find a solution for this puzzle, except for only one solution that just gave the algorithms on the Twisty Puzzle forum. But I did make a video using those algorithms. I wasn't able to figure out a solution myself. This puzzle is way too complex. The thing with puzzles is, the thing that makes this puzzle so complex is that the turns, each turn moves so many pieces. Like, look how many pieces that turns. And the fact that there are so few axes you can actually turn, you're just so limited with what you can do. So figuring out a commutator, it's very, very difficult to figure out a commutator. And even the solution that I used, it wasn't technically a commutator, I don't think, since it cycled 6 pieces around instead of the preferred 3. It cycled 6 of the tiny stars. So that's what makes this puzzle really challenging, just the fact that you're so limited with what you can do. But the solve of this puzzle is actually really fun. So that's the Constellation 6. Okay, so now onto the Skewbs. This is the classic Skewb. This is the Xingqiao Skewb. So we might as well compare it to a Dino Cube, since they're kind of the same puzzle. But a Skewb, it's deeper cut than a Dino Cube. But then you have these exposed corners, and each turn on a Skewb will drag 3 corners along with it, whereas the Dino Cube has no corners to drag along with. So the classic Skewb, most everyone knows about this one. Not a difficult solve, but if you're new to puzzling, then this would throw you for a wild loop for sure. Okay, and then here's another Skewb. This is the Moyu Magnetic Skewb in transparent purple. Got this when I got the Moyu Magnetic Pyraminx. Again, I wasn't into speed solving at this time, but I got it just because it was limited edition and it looked cool. So thanks for that, Moyu. More money gone, but it looks really cool, so I like it. Okay, so next we're gonna add a layer to the Skewb, and then we'll get the Master Skewb. This is the Lan Master Skewb. Yes, Lan. So you have 3 layers. If you were to consider this a 2-layer puzzle, 1, 2. And then this would be 1 step up, 3 layers, 1, 2, 3. I would say this is a pretty classic puzzle. Now again, Skewbs will drag 3 corners along with them when you make a turn. So I don't know if that's technically the definition of a Skewb when it drags 3 corners along, but it seems pretty consistent across all the puzzles that are Skewbs. So this is a really fun solve, one of my favorites. Now, actually, these puzzles are, the Rex Skewb and the Master Skewb, these solves are actually very similar. Some of the pieces are actually very homologous. except you don't have the corners on this one, so that's the master Skewb. And then one layer up, we will get the Elite Skewb by MF8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 layers. This is a very well built puzzle. It turns exceptionally well. And this is also a really fun solve. I really enjoyed solving this one. The Skewbs are among my favorite puzzles, just in general. I don't know why exactly, but I just love the Skewb puzzles. It's the Elite Skewb. I'm hoping one day the next layer puzzle I'm not sure what that would be called, but I'm hoping another higher order Skewb gets mass produced. Okay, so this interesting puzzle is called the F Skewb. So you have Skewb moves, drag to 3 corners, but you also have Dino moves. So the Dino moves on 4 axes, and then the Skewb moves. Let's see, Skewb moves on the other 4 axes. So I really love this puzzle. This puzzle, the F Skewb puzzles, are very fun to solve for me. Okay, and now, oh, this is MF8, by the way. I believe that one's MF. No, maybe it's Dayan. That actually might be a Dayan puzzle. Because I know this one is the Dayan. It's called Master Skewb. So here's the problem with this puzzle. Both of these puzzles are listed as Master Skewb. Basically, wherever you want to buy them, they'll both be listed as Master Skewb. But this is technically the Master F Skewb, and this is the true Master Skewb. So this is the Dayan one. Be careful. Make sure you don't get them mixed up, because I know what's happened to people. You buy this one or the other expecting something else. But these are very different puzzles. So this is just a master version of this one. So the Master F Skewb, that's what I call it. And that's what everyone should call it. This is the Master F Skewb. So again, you have, let's see if I can find them. Okay, so let's see if I can compare it correctly. So that's the Skewb move. And then you also have trivial tips, which is kind of cool. But then on the other axes, you have the Dino turns. So that's what it looks like, the layers all aligned. This is a very fun puzzle. Again, I love the F Skewbs and Skewbs in general. But yes, be careful if you want to buy this. This is the Dayan Master Skewb, which should be called the Master F Skewb, but for some reason it's not called that. So Dayan and Lan, know the difference. Lan is the true Master Skewb, and Dayan is the Master F Skewb. Okay, so next up we have the Yushin Multi-Cube, not Multi-Skewb. It's called the Multi-Cube. Gregoire Finig originally designed it, and he called it Multi-Cube. But unfortunately, a lot of online sellers have it listed as the Multi-Skewb, which, me being a little bit of a purist, kind of bugs me. But this is the Multi-Cube. So what this one is, this is a very cool looking puzzle. But it's, let's see, it's a true Master Skewb. You have the same turns as a Master Skewb. But you also have a little window where you can see what looks like a 3x3, but when you turn a layer, you can see the inner puzzle being turned along with it. So if I turn this one in. So I think the inner puzzle, so basically you solve the inner puzzle, and then the outer master skewb. Now I believe the inner puzzle is technically a compy skewb, which I don't have. I don't think a compy skewb is mass produced, but I'm pretty sure a compy skewb is essentially a dino cube. So, but when you solve the inner parts, it's really just a dino cube, and so that's pretty much it. So that's what's going on with this puzzle. But this is a very, very cool puzzle, a very fun solve, and it turns really well for how complex it is. So that's the Yushin multi-cube. Okay, so next up we have this crazy looking puzzle. This is the MF8 Skewbicopter Plus. Now I mentioned earlier in my edge turning puzzles, I mentioned about the Curbicopter Plus, how there was a much better alternative. This is that alternative. So you have the cuts of that Skewbicopter Plus, and now this puzzle does not like externally bandage or fudge at all. This is one of my all-time favorite puzzles because of how good this build is, how well it's designed. So I could have technically put this with edge turners as well, since it's a edge turning puzzle combined with a skewb. So yeah, what this puzzle is Skewbicopter Plus. It's the Curvicopter Plus, since you have the Curvicopter Plus cuts, along with all of the skewb cuts. So like that. And now this puzzle is very crazy. You can do some weird turns like this. So yeah, one of my all-time favorite puzzles. I just love this puzzle. I have not solved it, but it's still one of my favorites. So fantastic puzzle. I highly, highly recommend picking that one up. Okay, so moving on. We're gonna take a step back. We've been looking at some crazy puzzles. Now we're just gonna look at some of the basic shape mods of the Skewb. Oh, that's not solved. I didn't even realize. Oh no. So this is the Twisty Skewb by Chi. So all it is a Skewb, but now I'm gonna compare it. But now since it's twisted, these centers have orientation. So that's the difference. And it shape shifts quite wildly. Okay, I'm just gonna keep that right there just for comparison. Next up we have the Container Cube, again by Moyu, I believe. So once again, just a Skewb shape mod. Let's see if we can compare the turns. So we have center, 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 center. And then we have corner, 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 corner. So that's the Container Cube. Pretty neat puzzle. Oops. It loves to turn, obviously. Okay. And then we have the Meffert's Skewb Extreme. Extreme because it has an X. Designed by Tony Fisher. So this is, it looks like it's like a lot's going on, but honestly, there's really not a whole lot going on. It's just a Skewb with all the centers having orientation. So you can have this flipped by 180 degrees. The interesting thing about Skewbs is the centers can only be flipped by 180 degrees. They can't be flipped by 90. Unlike a 3x3 where the centers can be turned 90 degrees, Skewbs can only be 180 degrees. So again, this is just a Skewb. Just a lot of colors, which can kind of be confusing, but nothing more than a Skewb with center orientation. Okay, so next up we have the golden cubes, or ghost Skewbs. So this is the first encounter we have with a ghost puzzle. This is my collection. Now what a ghost puzzle is if you take a Skewb, or any puzzle, we'll just use a Skewb since we have it right here. You take a Skewb and you offset it by, let's just say, this much, and you would shave it down into a cubic again, and then that's where you would get your puzzle. So basically what that means is I can do this move right here, but I'm not able to do this move. I would have to offset it in order to do this move. So when you're solving any ghost puzzle, you're solving it offset. And then to get it back, just do it like that. So I can't remember the company that made these. I basically impulse bought these because the golden cube, it was originally mass produced, but they've since been discontinued. But when they first came out, I jumped the gun getting this because I was worried that, because these are technically knockoffs. The original golden cube was designed by Tony Fisher, and Tony Fisher, he's a little bit stingy when it comes to his designs. And since these were knockoffs, the original company, who I can't remember who made it, never got into contact with Tony Fisher, and they just made these. So I was really worried that Tony Fisher would Tony Fisher would just immediately, make them not sell them anymore. So I was like, I gotta get these right now. So I bought 2 of them. They are still available, so I don't know what's the situation there. I don't know if they've come to some sort of resolution or something. I don't know. But anyways, next up, we're going to have a few more Shapemods. This is the Skewb Ultimates, I think. No, this is the Skewb Diamond. This is the Skewb Ultimate. These puzzles are essentially, they're just basically the exact same thing. Skewb Ultimate, Skewb Diamond. So both these cubes have center orientation. It's all exactly like a Skewb, just with center orientation. So it's basically a Skewb Extreme as well. And then this one is the curvy rhombohedron, Skewb curvy rhombohedron, I think that's what it's called. And these are all by Landland, I believe. So again, another Skewb shape mod with center orientation. This one's a little bit different than these two, because these have corner orientation, whereas these are the corners. Yes. Some of the corners on these don't have orientation, except for this one and this one. So these 2 puzzles are the exact same. Center orientation, corner orientation. This one is a little bit different, has all center orientation and only 2 corners that need to be oriented. So the curvy rhombohedron, the Skewb Ultimate. I didn't demonstrate the turning on this. I actually love the feeling of the Skewb Ultimate. Feels really nice, honestly. And then the Skewb Diamond. So all of those puzzles are basically the same. Okay, and then we have this one. This is also by Landland. I think these are all by Landland at least. This is the, I cannot remember what the name of this one is. Maybe this is the Skewb Diamond. I'm not sure, honestly. But again, it's another Skewb shape mod. corner or center. These are technically centers. Center orientation, and then not a single corner needs to be oriented. This is technically a 2-layer face-turning octahedron, and I will get to my 3-layer octahedron in a little bit. But this is just another Skewb. Okay, on to the last two. These are, so we've been a little bit modest in the past few puzzles, but these puzzles, these Skewbs, are quite crazy. So here we go. This is the Nova Cube and the Octonova. And wow, I cannot remember the name of who originally designed it. But these were printed by Gregor Russia. So basically what these puzzles are, I'll go ahead and use this one for example. You have the Skewb diamond moves. I don't remember what this one is. Like that. So this is the exact same puzzle as this, but obviously there's more going on. So what's going on here? Well, this has the concept of the cross cube. Now what a cross cube is, if you imagine a 5x5, take the centers and just extend them out so where it's their own layer, and you can just turn those independently. That's what essentially a cross cube is, and that concept can be applied to pretty much any puzzle. Just extend a few pieces, and then they rotate independently. So if you were to imagine centerpieces, and then you can independently rotate those centerpieces, then you can turn these, if I can turn them. Come on. Okay, it doesn't want to work. It's a little bit camera shy. Okay, there we go. Oh. There we go. So there. So you can turn it like that. And now the Nova Cube is basically the same thing, but you need to line up each edge like that. And then you can make the Skewb move. And this turns unbelievably well. It's honestly, like, it's really unbelievable how well this turns. And it's a void too, so that's kind of cool. See-through. So, so basically these puzzles are basically the exact same, except this one has corners that you need to be aware of. I can actually demonstrate. I can show it off how these puzzles are the same. So the person who originally designed it, and again, I really wish I could remember the name. He said the first puzzle that came was the Octonova. And he had a corner break, and because of that, it turned into the Nova Cube. So, as you can see, you have this center, and then these little open spots are where the corners go. So if you were to line up all of these, you would make it into a cube. So this is these two puzzles are very cool. I'll get more into the cross cube concept once I come across, or once I get to my cross cubes, which are in my cuboids. So yes. These puzzles actually take quite a long time to solve because of all the adjustments you have to do with the edges. Okay, there we go. And then the Octonova. There we go. And this also turns amazingly well. Like, it's just incredible how well this turns. Okay. So that concludes this parts, all the corner turners and Skewbs. So moving on to the next parts. Okay, so next up we have the fourth and final shelf on this bookcase, which consists of all of my miscellaneous puzzles. So first off, we'll start off with the square one. Most of you have probably seen this. So it turns down the middle like this, and then it turns on the up and down layer. So you can shapeshift it like that. Believe it or not, I've never solved this before. Just never taken the time to actually learn it, although I really should learn how to solve it. So that's the square one. This is the Yushin square one as well. Next up we have another, I would say, pretty classic puzzle. This is the face-turning octahedron by Lan. It has 3 layers, and this is actually the next layer puzzle of the face-turning Skewb. Again, I can't remember the Skewb names. It was maybe the Skewb Diamond, but it was basically just the 2-layer version of the face-turning octahedron, which is this. So this is just the next higher order puzzle, so 3 layers. And this puzzle, the Rex Cube, and the Master Skewb, all 3 solves are very similar. They all have very similar strategies that you use. But this puzzle is really fun. I really do enjoy solving this one. Okay. Next up we have the Tangram and Tangram Extreme by Dayan. And I have some custom stickers, which is pretty cool. I have some outline stickers, which were inspired by Reddit user Dodecahedrons, so again, shout out to him. So the Tangram is based off of a hexagonal prism, I think that's the geometry, and it's turned into a cubic form. So you have the top and bottom layer, which can be turned in increments of 3, like that. And then 3 layers, which can be turned in 180 degrees. And no, it's the pentahedron. This is the shape mod of the pentahedron, which I don't have. Not the hexagonal prism, which I said previously. So this is the shape mod of the pentahedron. And this is the shape mod of the hexagonal prism. I think that's what the shape is. So that was the Tangram. And then this one is the Phantom Tangram Extreme, because I have black stickers on a stickerless puzzle, which makes it a Phantom puzzle. I'm a pretty big fan of Phantom puzzles. Pretty much anytime I get a stickerless puzzle, I'll try to make it phantomed, which I will probably do with a square one at some point. Because I think when it comes to not speed solving and just like the collection purposes, I think stickered looks way better than stickerless, because it's much easier to see the face pattern on a stickered puzzle rather than a stickerless puzzle. So anyways, this is the Phantom Tangram Extreme, which is based off the hexagonal prism. I believe that's what the shape is. So unlike the Tangram, which these layers can only turn in increments of 3, you can actually turn this halfway and then make a 180 degree turn like that. so it shapeshifts. And this puzzle does not shapeshift. So instead of 3, you can turn it in 6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you have the 180-degree turns. Both of these puzzles are actually pretty fun to solve, so I highly recommend these. These are by Dayan. I hope they're by Dayan. They're either by Dayan or MF8s. I think they're Dayan, actually. Okay. Moving on. So here are, this is the dreidel version 1, and I have the version 2, which will come up next. So I have 2 because I originally purchased this one, and I purchased this one because, well, it's in transparent pink, and I always love the transparent puzzles in fun colors. But unfortunately, for some reason, this one is it just doesn't work. Like, you can do the corner turns. Here, I'll demonstrate the turning right here on this one. So you have corner turns like this, and then you have 3x3 turns. So normally the dreidel version 1 turns exceptionally well, like, oh, and also can shapeshift like that. So the turning of this puzzle is amazing. Like, it should not turn as well as it does, considering the complexity. So I knew it turned well when I bought this. Going into the purchase, I was like, okay, this is going to turn well, so it's going to be really good. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work. Like I try to do shape-shifting turns, and it just locks up severely. And like, I don't want to, because it's popped, and yeah, it's just a mess. Yeah, I don't know why. I tried tightening it or loosening it, and just nothing worked. I tried contacting the people that I bought this from, and nothing ever came from it. So thanks for that. So then I just bought this one because I really wanted this puzzle. But yeah, this is the dreidel version 1 by Limcube. So then, this is the dreidel version 2, also by Limcube. And just to compare, it's the same exact puzzle. Well, obviously not the same, but right away on this one, you can make 3x3 moves. But this one, you can't. It's blocked. They've taken away the immediate 3x3 moves. So what you need to do is, you need to turn each corner like that, and then you can make the 3x3 move. Okay, so this one's also pretty fun to solve. It's not too challenging. This one's actually quite easy to solve. If you have a basic understanding of puzzles, then it's quite easy to solve, and you could probably come up with your own solution. This one is a bit more complex. You'll probably need a bit more understanding of puzzles and experience, but either way, both puzzles are a lot of fun, and I highly recommend them. Okay, we're just going to get these out of the way. This is the Dayan Bermuda Planet series. This is Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, oops, there we go, Uranus, and Neptune. So, what these puzzles are, they're just 3x3 shape mods, all of them solved like a 3x3, but they each bandage in their own unique way. So just to demonstrate the turning of the Mercury, they shapeshift. They all shapeshift, but some faces are a bit special. They have this triangle. Some have multiple unique triangle faces. But again, I'm not really a fan of bandaging puzzles. So why did I spend $140 and purchase the sets? That is a question science still can't answer. So there you go. I bought the whole set. these out of the way. Okay, let's move on to the non-twisty puzzles I have. So to start off, I guess this still is considered a twisty puzzle, but this is called the Twin Rings. I don't remember who originally designed it, but this was printed by Jason from Chewy's Custom Stickers, and this was actually a gift, I guess, as a frequent customer gratitude gift, I guess. I don't know. He just kind of threw this in with one of my purchases, and I was like, oh, cool. So I'll just give a quick scramble and solve. So that's as scrambled as it can get. And now it's solved. So that's it. But it's a neat little trinket. Pretty cool. Okay, next up, we have the V-Sphere by V-Cube. And this is just a tile sliding puzzle. You just slide the tiles across. It doesn't twist. The only movements are just the tiles sliding around. I've started to solve it. I don't really know exactly the best solution. I've never fully solved it before, and I don't really think I care about solving it. This is more kind of an impulse buy. I bought this at Barnes & Noble. And I also, along with the V-Sphere, I also bought these two puzzles at Barnes & Noble. This is the Compass and the Hanayama Star. So these two came as a set, kind of as like a navigational thing, like the whole story of how people used to navigate with a compass and a star. But this puzzle, you just take it apart like this. I'm not going to take it apart because I've never actually taken it apart, and I'm really bad at these puzzles. So you just take it apart, disassemble it, put it back together. And the star, you just figure out how to get the star out. And I actually have solved this one. I wonder if I can do it real quick. Let's see, I know how to do it. This is quite rare for me, not being able to... Only having experience with twisty puzzles. I don't know, but yeah. So that's that. You just take it out, put it back in, and that's it. I don't really have an appeal for these kind of puzzles because... Oh, there we go. Because once you know how to do it, then that's basically it. Like, you know how to solve it every single time. And I mean, you could say the same about, you know, a Rubik's Cube or any of the puzzles I have. Like, once you know how to do it, then you can do it every single time. That's true, and that is true, but I mean, it's not going to be the same exact solution every single time. Which is why these puzzles don't really do it for me. Like, it's the same exact solution every single time. But on any other twisty puzzle, or at least most of them, you're going to get different scenarios every single time. So that's why these puzzles don't really appeal to me. They're just kind of, I mean, they're cool to initially try to figure out, but once you know how to do it, that's it. Right, so next up, we have this puzzle. I don't know what it's called because I made it myself, but it's another one where you just disassemble and reassemble. So all the pieces are unique. I made this in high school. We were doing, I don't even know what the class was, honestly. Some sort of engineering class, I think. But you just take it apart and put it back together. It's actually pretty difficult. I made this like really tough, to be honest. Like, even sometimes when I'm just trying to solve it. Oh, nice. But, like, even still, like, it can be difficult for me to even figure out, even though I already know how to do it. So I made this quite challenging. Okay. Moving on. A few more I guess this is the last non-twisty puzzle. It's another one where you just take apart and put back together. I picked up this one at high school, in high school. One of my teachers had it on her desk. And me and the teacher were cool, by the way. So I was like, can I have this? And she was like, sure. And that's the story of how I obtained this puzzle. But I actually have taken this one apart and solved it. So this one's actually not super hard, but yeah, there's that one that I got from high school. Okay, back to the twisty puzzles. This is called the backspin. I have no further information about this puzzle in regards to like what it really is or who it came from. I picked this up at a thrift store, as you can see, for $2. But the funny thing is, I picked this up not knowing what it really was. At first, I thought it was some sort of like back massager or something. Like with these like round parts, I thought you could just like, I don't know, massage your back or something. But no, it's a puzzle. And I'm actually kind of scrambling it right now. I'm not even trying to. But yeah, there's an empty spot which you can use to kind of rotate, because both layers rotate. So you can just like push one up, and then you can push one back from the other side like that, and that's how it scrambles. The solution to this isn't difficult at all. It's actually pretty intuitive, but scrambling it takes pretty much just as long as solving it. So yeah, this is the backspin. No clue who originally made it. So yeah. Okay, next up we have the Wit Eden Camouflage 3x3. I think that's what it's called. The Wit Eden 3x3 Camouflage Cube is, I believe, a shape mod of the Wit Eden 4x4 AI Cube. Well, when it's solved, it looks like a strange 3x3, just like with different layers. Like if you imagine this corner on the other side, like it would look symmetrical. But as you can see, this is not symmetrical, and it's all shape-shifted and weird. But it's just like a weird bandaged or weird shape mod of the 4x4 AI cube that I showed off earlier. Yeah, I haven't solved this one yet, although I should, since I have already solved the 4x4 AI cube. But that's the Wit Eden 3x3 Camouflage Cube. It's called Camouflage Cube. There are a few camouflage puzzles in the Camouflage series, and they're called that because they look like a puzzle that they shouldn't look like, if that makes sense. So, hence the term camouflage. So that's that. Next up we have the Meffert's Gear Ball. Now this is the only gear puzzle I have in my collection. Gear puzzles, they're just not really my type. I don't know. I never really got into them. But anyways, you turn one layer, and the middle layer turns along with it. Or if you hold it by the middle, you turn one layer, and the other layer, or the other side, turns in the opposite direction. So like that. I don't know. Gear puzzles just don't really do it for me. So that's the Meffert's Gear Ball. Next up we have the MF8 Sun Cube. So we finally reached the Sun Cube. I've mentioned this before. So what this puzzle is, it's kind of like a mix-up cube where you can turn the two layers 45 degrees. Let's see if I can find a... It's also internally bandaged, so that's why I wasn't able to turn it. If I could, there we go. So So you can turn the top and bottom layer 45 degrees, and you can make this move just like on the mix-up cube, but the difference is that you don't actually have to turn both layers. You can just turn the top or bottom layer and turn that, which you can't do on the mix-up cube. On the mix-up cube, you have to turn both top and bottom layer. But on this one, you can just turn the top layer and go from there. So now what really turns me off from this puzzle is the fact that it's internally bandaged, as you have just saw. So you can turn this layer, but you can't turn this layer. And it's because right there, there's a hidden piece that's just blocking it. And it's like that with all the sun puzzles. And that just really bothers me. Like, I'm just really not a fan of bandaging, especially when it's internal and you can't see where it's happening. Like, that just really bugs me. And it's really unfortunate, because I really feel like if it were just completely all unbandaged and you could do every single turn at all times, I feel like this puzzle, I feel like I would really, really enjoy this solve. But unfortunately, the bandaging takes all the fun out for me. So that's the Sun Cube by MF8s. Next up, we have the Dayan Gems, which I don't know what that translates to, but anyways, there are two versions of this puzzle. This is the bandaged one, and the other one is the unbandaged one. So the unbandaged one, real quick, you can see this cut kind of comes down along here. Well, it would have that cut, but as you can see, this whole center is now fully complete. So if it had this cut, like on the unbandaged version, you would have a turn. You would have an access to this turn right here on this corner. But you don't have that on this puzzle. So you can only turn on 4 corners. 4 corners have 3 axes of rotation. So it turns like this, and this. Now this puzzle, and I'm pretty sure the other one as well, is not good. These are not good puzzles. The geometry it's based off of, it's like a hexadecagon. I'm not even sure if that's correct. But just the build of this puzzle is not good. Like, it likes to crumble in your hands. It likes to catch all the time. So, yeah. I'm never going to fully scramble this because I've already tried that and it just did not work out well. It just fell apart on me. So, this is the turning. Like, as you can see, it's just catching all over the place. And as you can hear, like, something's rattling inside. I don't even know what that is. But I mean, it looks really cool. So that's the only thing that it has going for it. The Dayan Gems. I don't even think I'm saying that or pronouncing it correctly, but that's that. Next up, we have the Limcube 2x2 frame pyraminx. Now, this is a pretty neat little puzzle. So, it's an edge turner. I could have put this in the edge turning shelf, but I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of running low on room there. But it turns on the edges, and how it actually scrambles is, well, it's a 2x2 core. So you scramble it by lining up 4 of the edges, like this. And then you can make it turn down the middle. If I can get it going, there we go. So now it's turning down the middle. Now you can scramble the edge pieces. Now the thing with this puzzle is that these edges love to move. Like, it's very easy for them to accidentally shift on you. So when you're turning like this, you can just accidentally shift very easily. So like, even now, I'm struggling. So let's get it back. So that's the only issue this puzzle has, is that it turns too well, if that makes sense. Like, these just turn way too easily. Like, yeah. So when you're turning the 2x2, they just easily shift and cause problems. But other than that, it's not really a hard solve. It's pretty simple. and it looks really cool. I do love the look of the framework. So the 2x2 frame pyraminx by Limcube. Next up, we have the Chi Pentacle Cube. So this introduces the cross cube aspect. So you can see, you can turn the star faces like that. And now how you actually scramble this puzzle is you have to line up the star faces like that. And you can make this is technically I guess it's a 2x2 turn since there are no edges on this. So you have the corners from a 2x2, so you solve those, and then you can solve the centers, like a cross cube. So you can do something like this. Now I think this is a cool looking puzzle, but the problem is when you're solving the 2x2, it can be very tedious. So like you can do an R move right now, but if you want to do a U move, well, you can't. You would need to line up all these star faces. So you can do that. So having to line up each and every single star face while doing the 2x2 move, like if you're in the middle of an algorithm, it can just be very confusing and it's easy to lose place of where you are. So I don't know. I think this puzzle is okay. It's a cool concept, but I just don't really enjoy it. I really don't enjoy the solve at all. But anyways, that's the Pentacle Cube. Next up, we have two puzzles by Limcube. This is the, what is this? This is the Transform Pyraminx, and this is the Transform Pyrostar. So both of these puzzles are 2x2s, and they each have the cross cube concept. So you have these centers. And it shapeshifts like this. And by the way, these puzzles turn like exceptionally well. These puzzles are very, very good. So this one's not too hard, this version. But the Pyrostar, like this puzzle is actually quite challenging. And it only comes into when you're solving the 2x2 portion. So as you can see, this is just a 2x2. But the problem is the color scheme. So like you can see, it's solved like this. It's solved on the blue face, the orange face. But when you solve a 2x2, you don't really solve it like this. This is kind of like going around the puzzle, if that makes sense. So when you solve it like this layer, and you wouldn't really know which piece, like if you start with this one, you wouldn't know which piece goes right here. So it's really just all trial and error until you get a color scheme that works. Because sometimes you'll get like one piece that's rotated wrong, and obviously you can't have that. So yeah, it's pretty confusing with the color scheme and all. And this is just the cross cube aspect. So those are the Transform Pyraminxes. Moving on, we have David Pitcher's Ice 9, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. And I love the look of this puzzle. This is one of my favorite looking 3D printed puzzles. I just love the color scheme contrasted with the blue plastic. I think it looks so good. So anyways, I couldn't really tell you why it's called Ice, but the 9 comes from the 9 faces the puzzle has. So it turns on each corner like this. And then it also turns on each of the 3 large faces by 180 degrees. So like this. I think this puzzle's pretty fun to solve actually. I do enjoy it. So that's David Pitcher's Ice 9. And then the final puzzle on this shelf is Timur Evbetrov's Heartrix, printed by Grigorussia. It's called Heartrix because, well, it looks like a heart. Now, it turns on each of the 3 corners, and I could have put this in a corner turning shelf, but I felt like this belonged in the miscellaneous puzzles, because this is technically, well, this puzzle is a derivative from Timur's original Bigrid 3-4 puzzle, yes. So what that puzzle is if you just cut off like this axis of rotation, and you can only turn it on this and this, that's the Bigrid 3-4, and that's a pretty miscellaneous looking puzzle, I would say. It looks very strange, so. But anyways, the Heartrix just adds this 3rd extra turning layer. So the turning, it turns on this one, it turns in increments of 3. Same with this side. And then this bottom one, it turns in increments of 4. So you can combine them like that. And it looks quite scrambled already with just 3 moves. So that's Timur's Heartrix. So that concludes the first bookshelf. Moving on to the second bookshelf. Okay, so next up we have the Dayan Gems series, the Dayan Gems 1 through 8. So first up, this is the Dayan Gem 1. And this is a shape mod of the helicopter cube, actually. So it turns on each of the edges, just like that. And it has all the properties of a helicopter cube or a curvicopter, so you can shape shift it like that and jumble it. Out of the box, it's pretty stiff, but after breaking it in, it turns pretty nicely actually, so pretty fun puzzle. That's the Dayan Gem 1. Next we have the Dayan Gem 2. So this is a combination of edge turning and face turning, so it turns on the big square faces like this. And then it also turns on these small edges, and these turn in increments of 180 degrees, so like that. And then you can turn another face. Now, this is similar in a way, kind of, to a helicopter cube in terms of these face turns, because they can turn 180 degrees like that. And it also shape shifts and jumbles, just like on a regular curvicopter. Let's see if I can, there we go. So like that. So it's similar in that sense, but it's not, it doesn't solve like a curvicopter or helicopter cube at all, but just in that sense it's kind of similar. So this is a pretty simple solve. It's not difficult at all really, but you could probably figure it out. Okay, this is Dayan Gem 2. Next up we have the Dayan Gem 3. Now this one I believe is a shape mod of, it's somewhat of a shape mod of a puzzle that's not mass produced. I think it's called the Super X, and that's basically just a dino cube fused with a 2x2. So if you were to imagine this being a 2x2, I know it's like really shallow, and a 2x2 move is like it cuts halfway through the puzzle, but this is basically the 2x2 move right here on these faces, and then the dino move would be these large hexagonal faces. So you can combine them like that. This solve is not too difficult unless you get a weird parity where you can have two edges or two corners swapped, and you would just need to swap two equivalent triangles in order to get through that, but that just takes a bit of intuition, so it's not a horrible solve. It's pretty simple. That's the Dayan Gem 3. Next up, we have the Dayan Gem 4. And this looks, well, this is the exact same shape as the Dayan Gem 3, but this has very different cuts to it. So this one, it has the face turns, like the Dayan Gem 3. Or the hexagonal face turns. I want to be careful with this because this does tend to pop. And then you have deep cut turns like this. I can't remember what the shape, because this is another shape mod. It's a Skewbs shape mod of some sorts. I can't remember exactly what it is, but yes, these are the Skewb turns along with the face turns. So, fun fact, this puzzle, in my entire collection of scrambled puzzles, I believe this holds the record for the longest scrambled puzzle in my collection. It's been scrambled for probably around 4 years now. Okay, let's see Dayan Gem 4. Next up, we have the Dayan Gem 5. This is one of my favorite puzzles because this is another shape mod, and this is the shape mod of the F-Skewb. And I think this is definitely a harder version of the F-Skewb because the color scheme, it can be difficult to know where pieces go and what the whole color scheme is. So I think it's more difficult in that regard. But so anyways, you have the deep cut Skewb moves like this, and then you have the dino moves like this. Oh, and I just remembered, this is actually a shape mod of the Dino Skewb, which is not mass produced. So if you imagine, I believe it's a Master Skewb and a Dino Cube. It's something like that. I do know it's called the Master. It's called the Dino Skewb. I do know that. So that's the shape mod. This is what the shape mod is of that. So this is the shape mod of the F-Skewb. You have the Dino moves and the Skewb moves. I think this puzzle is actually quite challenging to figure out how to solve. I mean, if you know how to solve an F-Skewb, you can solve this, but it's just the color scheme and not knowing where pieces go in relation to others. That can be the real tricky part. So that's the Dayan Gem 5. Next up, we have the Dayan Gem 6, which I think this is one of my favorite looking puzzles in my collection. This is the Dayan Gem 6. So what this is, it's a 3x3. It's a 3x3 cross cube. This has the cross cube mechanism again. So you have 3x3 turns like this. It's kind of hard to see, but it's really just a 3x3. And then on these shallow faces, you can turn it like this. This puzzle is a bit stiff. It was way worse out of the box, but after breaking it in, it's gotten a little bit better. So that's this is the cross parts where if you were to just extend the center pieces, you can swap those pieces around. So I don't like scrambling this puzzle anymore. I'm never going to scramble this puzzle again because these stickers, let's see if I can find an example. Well, these stickers easily come off. Like this one right here is peeling. And I just don't want to risk damaging any of the stickers because they're already starting to peel. And I just don't want to ruin the look of this puzzle anymore. So this one is really just a collection piece. Like this one's coming up pretty bad. But I just love the look of it, so I don't want to ruin it. So this one will never be scrambled ever again. It's not that I don't think I could solve it. I'd just rather not mess around with it. I just want to look at it, you know, and admire it. So that's the Dayan Gems 6. Next up, we have the Dayan Gems 7. This is another shape mod of the Curvicopter. So each of these hexagonal faces turn 180 degrees, just like a Curvicopter or helicopter cube. And then this also has the cross cube mechanism with these square faces. You can turn them like this. Okay, just like that. And of course, since it's a helicopter cube shape mod, it does shapeshift and jumble like this. Now again, this puzzle is not too difficult to solve. If you know how to solve a Curvicopter, you can most likely solve this one. There are a few pieces that are introduced that you wouldn't have on a Curvicopter, like these triangles on the square faces, but those are just solved intuitively. And then the actual square face, the square pieces themselves, it does require an algorithm, but you may or may not already know what that algorithm is, but you can apply that algorithm to a 3x3. So that's how those are solved. So it's not too difficult, but pretty fun. It's the Dayan Gem 7. And then last but not least, we have the Dayan Gem 8. So this is a pseudo Master Pyramix. It's kind of a Master Pyramix, but not. So if you were to imagine a Master Pyramix as this move and this move, you could kind of see the resemblance of a Master Pyramix. So it has these large hexagonal face turns along with these smaller triangular faces. So I used to know how to solve this one. It doesn't solve exactly like a Master Pyramix. It's sort of like a Master Pyramix again, but not really. But I keep having difficulties with these pieces. I don't know why. I can't remember how to solve these. And that's pretty much the extent of that. I mean, I know I could solve it given some time, but I don't know. But I do like the look of the transparent kind of reddish, orange, pink. I do like the look of this puzzle. Okay. So that is the Dayan Gems shelf. Moving on with the collection. Okay, next up we are on the final bookcase, the top shelf, which are the big boy puzzles. There's no real name, or there's no real reason for the name. I don't know. They just kind of came to be. But these puzzles are the Nxs and the Dodecahedrons and their dodecahedral counterparts. I mean, I guess the real reason for the name behind this shelf is because it can take a while for a lot of these puzzles. The solve can take a very long time for some of them. So starting off, we'll start off with the classic Tutminx. So this is a Tutminx is a truncated icosahedron. So if you were to imagine these pentagonal faces coming to a point, all of them come to a point, that would be the icosahedron. And so you just shave off those points and you get the truncated icosahedron, which is the Tutminx. So this turns like this. The pentagon faces can stop at any 5 points, like that. And then the hexagonal faces can stop at one of 3 points. So you have to actually make 2 turns for the puzzle to function properly, like that. And then you can continue making 1 turn on a pentagon face if you want. 2 turns for a hexagonal face. So you can't do 1 turn like this. And you can see a little bit, everything's kind of misaligned. And if you try to continue to make any other turn adjacent to this one, it'll just like lock up the puzzle and pop or break. So you don't want to do that. So this is the Tutminx. This is the very puzzle Tutminx. Okay. So if you were to take away the edges on the Tutminx, then you would get the Lovebird. Now this is also by Very Puzzle. So all of these Tutminxes are by Very Puzzle, so I'll just get that out of the way. So this is the Lovebird. You can see the bird pattern on each face. And I guess these are the claws. So again, this is a corners only Tutminx. So it functions the exact same way. The hexagon faces turn like that, stop at any 3 points. And then the pentagon faces can stop at any 2 points, or any 5 points rather. Like that. This is a very, like, it's like a shell kind of puzzle. Like, I don't know if you can really see on camera, but like the bird, like you can actually see the inside of the puzzle a little bit. If you look at it at the right angle, you can kind of see how it's a little bit hollow. Doesn't really look like it's showing up on camera that well, but it looks really cool in person. I love the look of this puzzle. It's like you're turning like an outer shell of a puzzle. It's really weird. So that's the Lovebird. Okay. So if you were to take the Tutminx and hollow out each of the center, you get the Void Tutminx. So this is an amazing looking puzzle. I love this one. Pretty much all of these Tutminxes are amazing looking. So again, it functions the exact same way as a regular Tutminx. Hexagonal faces can stop at any 3 points. And the pentagonal faces stop at any 5 points. My solving method for the Tutminxes, it's not the most efficient way. I do edges first and then corners. Doing an edges first method on the Void Tutminx can actually be, it's actually quite difficult because once you get an edge in and you build out from there, you have to think, well, we have to look for the corner that's next to it. So if I were to start with this edge, I would need to look for this corner or this corner to see what edge goes right here and right here. And I'd have to do that for almost every single edge or every single corner I place. So yeah, it's It's quite a long and tedious solve, but it just looks really nice. I love the look of this puzzle. Okay. So next up we have we have a puzzle that looks even more amazing than the Void Tutminx, and that is the Void Truncated Dodecahedron. So Void Truncated Dodecahedron. So I'm not entirely sure what the geometrical shape is supposed to look like. It's an icosahedron, dodecahedron, and then truncated. I'm not 100% sure what exactly is truncated on this puzzle. It's going to be either these square faces or hexagonal faces. I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, this puzzle can turn on all three faces. Let's see if I can actually turn it. This puzzle is pretty stiff, so when you want to turn it, you really have to use like your whole hand to. Okay, there we go. So these are decagon faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Decagonal. I guess that's what it's called. I'm not sure. So these turn the big decagon faces. I'll just call it that. It's going to stop at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions. So 1. Let's see if I can get it turning. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the decagon faces. The hexagon faces. Let's get things lined up. The hexagon faces can stop at any 3 positions. If I can get it turning. Yeah, I haven't actually scrambled this puzzle. I don't plan on it just because of how this puzzle really doesn't turn. Again, it's just for the collection purposes, just looking at. And then the square faces can turn in 180 degrees. And I don't really even want to try turning it just because I don't think I can. But yeah, this is the Void Truncated Icosahedron, or VTI for shorts. This is really just for the collection. Don't really plan on scrambling and solving it. I just like looking at it. That's the case with a lot of puzzles I have. I just like looking at them. Okay, so let's take the Tutminx again. And then let's add 1 layer to each face. If you do that, you get the unbelievably massive Raymix, or Giga Tutminx. And this doesn't even really fit on frame. Okay. So this is technically tied for the largest mass-produced puzzle in terms of sheer volume. It's tied not with this, but there is another puzzle it's not the Void puzzle, but it's the exact same thing as this, just not Void. But that puzzle, it has like extended turning knobs that you can easily turn it that way. And so because of those extended turning knobs, it's raised up a bit. So I think it's pretty much exactly the same height as the Giga Tutminx or Raymix. So in that way, that puzzle's kind of cheating, I would say. It's not really as tall. It's kind of like a push-up bra, if you know what I mean. Like, it's just fake. So I consider this the largest mass-produced puzzle. So again, you can turn it. If I was the same, oh yeah, and here's the size comparison. Like, it's kind of hard to compare, actually. It's just unbelievably massive. So It follows the same rules as the original techniques. You know, the pentagon faces can turn in increments of 5. The hexagon faces can turn in increments of 3. Just like that. Now, this puzzle is not super challenging. Oh yeah, and the centers do tend to fall off, but they're really easy to put back in. But the solve of this isn't difficult at all. It just takes an insane amount of time to solve. I think this took me about 9 hours to solve. So I don't know if I'll ever scramble it again, because I've already done that, and I've already solved it. These pieces honestly just kind of sit in there. Like, there's nothing really holding it in. But yes, this puzzle is just a beast. It's so massive. I love it. And it turns really well. So it's amazing in that sense too. So that is the Rayminx, or Gigatutminx. Okay, let's put this aside. Okay, so those are the Tutminxes. Let me adjust the camera again. So those are the Tutminxes. Now on to the Icosahedrons and their dodecahedral counterparts. So I'll show them kind of at the same time. Well, first of all, this is the classic Icosiax. So if you were to imagine a 3x3 being the cubic face turner, the classic cubic face turner, well then the octahedron would be the face turning octahedron, which I've already showed off. The dodecahedron is the face turning Megaminx, which I haven't showed off yet, but I'm sure most of you have seen it. And then one step up to complete the final platonic solid would be the Icosiax, which is the face turning icosahedron. So it turns like this. When you turn this puzzle, you really need to use your whole hand to turn it. Just like that. The solution to this puzzle is actually not too difficult to figure out. It's actually a pretty simple solution. This does technically jumble like a Kirbycopter, but I don't solve it by jumbling because this puzzle is a little bit unstable and I don't want to risk anything. If I can just demonstrate it a little bit. Okay, maybe not. Also, the thing, I've had to disassemble this puzzle because at one point, internally, it just got like locked up and I had to take it apart to fix it. And unfortunately, when you do that, you have to take off these corners because they're just caps. But when you do that, the corners don't go back on as well. So as you can see, this one's like really loose. And let's see, like some of them you can just see are like not aligned, like this one right here. I don't know how well you can see that, but it just looks off in a way, as opposed to corners like this. Like this, I haven't touched this corner at all, so this one's a perfect corner. They just don't go on all the way, and it's kind of unfortunate. Like, look how loose this one is, as opposed to this one. It's really sad and kind of annoying, but because I love the look of this puzzle. I just love the look, how basic and simple it looks. It just looks amazing, in my opinion. So that's the that's the Icosiax, and these are all MF8 puzzles, by the way. Okay, so next up we have the Radiolarian 2. Now, the Radiolarian series, there's only, well, I guess there's 2 that are mass-produced. This one and one that I'm about to show off. but the original designer, Jason Smith, I think that's the designer. His Radiolarian series, he's made a ton of Radiolarian puzzles, and what those puzzles are, they're just face-turning icosahedrons, and each step in the series, they get deeper cut and deeper cut. So this is 2 in the series, and the other one is 4, which I'll get to in a second. So again, it's just a face-turning icosahedron. Now this is actually a bit deeper cut than the icosiacs. You can kind of see. Oh no, sorry. This is a bit shallower than the icosiacs. You can kind of see that the icosiacs is a little bit deeper cut. And actually, you might be able to see this on the icosiacs. You can see this internal piece right here, that edge right there. Those are actually these edges right here. So when you make this a little bit less shallow, these are now exposed, where those edges are hidden on the icosiacs. So these are the only new pieces on this puzzle that the icosiacs doesn't have. And the same thing kind of happens with the corners too. If you take them off, they just kind of loosely sit in place like this one, as opposed to this one. So again, it's kind of unfortunate that happens. And again, I love the look of this puzzle. I love the look of pretty much all of these puzzles that I'm about to show off. Okay, so real quick, I'll keep this in the background for now. So you can actually turn this into a dodecahedron. And if you do that, you get this puzzle. This is the Bauhinia, or Rex dodecahedron. So the Bauhinia, it's just a shape mod of this, just turned into a dodecahedron. So it turns on the corners, like that. So if you were to turn this, let's see if I can remember the comparison. So edge, 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 and then center, center, center. And then what looks like centers on this puzzle, these are actually the corners of the Radiolarian 2. So corner, corner, corner. And then all of these tiny edges are all of these tiny star pieces. So that's the comparison. So I don't like scrambling this puzzle as well. Not that I can't solve it, but just because these tiny triangle pieces, they do slide around very easily. Like this one's starting to peel off a bit. And so I don't want to ruin the puzzle, because I love the look of this one as well. So this one kind of just sits on my shelf. But it's very cool to show off. I love this puzzle. So that's the Bauhinia, and then its counterparts, the Radiolarian 2. And next up, we have Iton Star. And this is technically the Radiolarian 4, but it's listed online in marketplaces as Iton Star. So we skip Radiolarian 1, that's not mass produced unfortunately. We get to Radiolarian 2, we skip 3, and then we get to 4, which is Iton Star. Now I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the name, because Iton Share, I think that's his name. He also, I mean, this is what the name of the puzzle is based on, off of Iton. But this was also made by Jason Smith, the original creator of the Radiolarian. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. But yeah. So anyways, as you can see, if you turn this and turn this, you can see Item Star is a much deeper cut. And so the deeper cut exposes a lot more pieces. You get these long edges, or I guess long centers, and the big central triangles. Okay, now the sticker's sliding around. I'll have to glue that back on. So the good thing about this puzzle, of all of the icosahedrons, this is definitely the best one in terms of build quality. Like, I haven't had a pop on this. I haven't had any real like lockups or anything. And the corners don't shift around like they do on the other two icosahedrons. So I've taken this, I haven't taken the full puzzle apart, but I have taken off the corners a few times, and not a single one is like a little bit off-centered or something. Like, they're all stable still. So that's very nice with this puzzle. And just turning quality in general is much better on Item Star. So of the three mass-produced icosahedrons, this is definitely the best one. Man, some of these stickers are actually really shifted around. I'm gonna have to do some work on this. Okay, so I'll put this in the background for a sec. So again, you can also turn this into a dodecahedron. And when you do that, you get Virgo's pentagram. Now this one's not scrambled, and the piece is actually broken. I do still have the piece right here, but I've tried gluing it back on, but for whatever reason, the glue just does not hold onto the plastic. So, and I actually made this into a phantom Virgo's pentagram, because I do like my stickered puzzles. So this turns on each of the corners, like this. So each of these corners are actually centers mechanically. So center, 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 oh, center, 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 center. And then each of these edges, the tiny edges, are each of the star points. These long edges are these long edges. And the centers are actually the corners on this puzzle. Yes. So that's the comparison. So again, I made this into a phantom Virgo's pentagram because I love the way phantom puzzles look. I think they look really nice. So that is Virgo's pentagram. Okay, so that concludes that shelf. On to the next one. Okay, continuing on with my collection, we are now onto the Cuboids shelf. Now real quickly, I'm just going to go through each sort of different types of cuboid when it comes to the classic N by N by N cuboids. So real quick, these are the 4 different types of cuboids, and this all has to do with their parity and their properties. So this is the floppy. I don't really know the exact mathematical reasoning behind why a cuboid is a certain type of cuboid, but these are the 4 basic types. So anyways, this is the floppy cuboid, and this is the only mass-produced one. I'll talk a bit more about each of these when I get to them, but this is the only mass-produced one. This one is the domino cuboid. So there are a bunch of these domino cuboids that you can buy. And again, I'll talk more about them as I go along. This is what I call the tower cuboid. and there again are a ton of these that are available. And then this last one is the brick cuboid. So those are the 4 types of cuboids, and as I get to them, I will talk about them a bit more. So starting off, we're going to go through each cuboid, or the n by n puzzles, starting with the 3x3 by n, and we're just going to go up from there. So again, this is the 3x3 by 1. This is the super floppy cuboid by QJ, I believe. And basically what a floppy puzzle is, again, well, I don't really know the exact definition, but when it comes to higher order floppy puzzles, which unfortunately this is the only mass-produced one, so there is no higher order one you can buy, but you can just get a certain floppy parity, which is why this is the floppy cuboid. But this super version, it turns like this, and you can actually shapeshift it like that, which normally you wouldn't be able to do that. But either way, this is a pretty simple solve, not too difficult. Okay, moving up the chain, we have the 3x3 by 2. Now this is a domino cuboid, because the original 3x3 by 2, it had dominoes on each of the cubies, so that's how the term domino was coined. So dominoes do not shapeshift at all. So that's pretty much the only thing you have to know about dominoes. So these are really easy to figure out what type of puzzle it is, what type of cuboid it is if it doesn't shapeshift, it's a domino. So this is the classic 3x3 by 2 that if you start off learning cuboids, you probably start off with this one. And that was a land puzzle, I believe. So we're going to skip 3x3 by 3 because, well, everyone's seen that. So we're moving on to 3x3 by 4. So this is another domino. It doesn't shapeshift at all. It always retains its shape. I actually really love this puzzle. This is one of my favorites. I think this is Calvin's 3x3 by 4. I'm not too sure on that one. And then moving on up, we have the 3x3 by 5. Now this one's definitely Calvin's. This is one of my first puzzles I have in my collection. So this is the tower cuboid. And I'm not entirely sure on the definition, but I do know towers do shapeshift. There's some other mathematical criteria for a tower. Maybe, again, I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on this, but it might be at least, or 2 of the layers have to be the same number, same integer, so 3x3. And then the next layer would be 5, which makes it shapeshift. So I think that might be the 2 criteria for a tower. So that's the 3x3 by 5. And again, this is a pretty classic puzzle. Most people who start learning cuboids start off with this one, or the 3x3 by 2. Okay, and then the last tower in my collection is the very tall 3x3 by 7. So I think this one also might be Calvin's. I'm not sure. But again, it's just 3x3 by 7. It's just 1 layer, or I guess technically 2 layers higher than the 3x3 by 5. All of these solves are actually quite similar, at least the 3x3 by 4 and up. Except this just takes a lot longer. Each time you go up, it just takes longer because there are more pieces. But I really like this one, especially when it's in the transparent blue. I really like that color. Okay. So next up, we'll talk a little bit about the bricks. I'll pull out this one. This is an MF8 2x3 by 4. And now I'm not entirely sure again on the mathematical criteria. You might have to do something with each of the layers have to be a different size. But anyway, either way, there is a brick parity you can get where 3 pieces are swapped, and you can't get that on any other cuboid, so that's really what makes it a brick. So it does shapeshift. I really should learn how to solve this. I just haven't memorized the brick parity algorithm. That's pretty much it. Okay, so we're actually going to take a step down. This is the 1x2x3. This is the Z cube, I think that's who made it. This is just a Christmas tree ornament. You can hang it on your Christmas tree like that. Yeah, it's really not a hard solve. It's actually pretty intuitive. You could probably solve it just accidentally by randomly turning the layers. But since it's so low on the order of scale, you're not going to encounter any parity or anything. So that's that. And then taking a step up, we have the very intimidating 3x4x5. And this is also by MF8. So again, all the same properties of the brick parity you can encounter on this one. And then you just have the extra centers you have to deal with. Okay, that's the 3x4x5 by MF8. So those are the mass-produced bricks. I think this is actually a floppy. This is the 2x2x1. Now, we're actually gonna go up the order chain of the 2x2x-n puzzles, starting with the 2x2x1. But I think this is technically a floppy. So this is by Z Cube. I'm assuming because it has a Z engraved on it. That's honestly really annoying because I don't like logos on my puzzles. But this is literally engraved into the sticker. Like, that Z is the puzzle itself, you can see through. But I really like these stickers. There's like it's like a grainy finish. I don't know. It's like a mesh kind of. So what I just did was go through every single state on this puzzle. It has a total of 6 possible states. So this is as scrambled as it can get. 4, 5, 6. So that's the 2x2x1. Next up, we have, well, the 2x2x3s, and these are actually dominoes, since they don't shapeshift. So this is the Z cube 2x2x3, and this is the Chi 2x2x3. And why do I have 2? Well, because I originally bought this one, and this one's actually like really bad. It's just not a good puzzle. But then Chi came along with this one, and this one turns really well. So that's the 2x2x3. Another very beginner-friendly cuboid to learn. Okay. Moving on, we have this ghost floppy 1x3x3. It's called the 1x3x3, although it's not. If you think about it, it's not really a 1x3x3. And when you think of it like this, because you have the 1 layer obviously, and then you have 3, I guess 3, and then 3. So that would be the 3 dimensions, 1x3x3. But it's a pentagon. It's a pentagon symmetry, so there are 5. So it's not technically a 1x3x3. I don't know what you would call it. But anyways, so what a ghost puzzle is if you take an axis and kind of rotate it a little bit, rotate the turning axes, then you get a ghost puzzle. So if you were to rotate this axis a little bit like that, maybe, so it kind of turns like this, and then you get something like this. So this is actually a pretty challenging puzzle. You might not think it is, but You'd be surprised. Anyone who's ever picked this up, you probably understand what I'm talking about. It's actually quite a challenging solve. This does technically shapeshift, but due to the angling of the cuts or the layers will collide into each other, so you don't want to actually shapeshift it. Okay, next up, we have more dominoes. This is the 4x4x5. Now these next three puzzles I'm going to show off are in my just all-time favorite puzzles. I love these puzzles. Now this is by AI, AYI, so AI, I guess that's how you say it. But again, this is a domino, a higher order domino. It doesn't shapeshift. I love the feeling of this puzzle. I don't know why, just crunchy puzzles. I really love that type of feeling, just crunchiness. So the 4x4x5, one of my all-time favorite puzzles. Next up, we have the 4x4x3, which I guess I should have showed this first, since it's technically lower order. So again, by AI. Something about the higher order domino puzzles really I just think they're so much fun to solve. Not sure why. It's not that I don't like shapeshifting. I do enjoy shapeshifting, but just something about the purity of keeping its original shape. I just really love that idea. I don't know. And then the last AI puzzle, the 5x5x4. This one, those three puzzles turn really well. This one, it's a bit bumpy, but it doesn't catch at all. So you can do a little checkerboard pattern as well. There you go. That looks really nice. I love the look of this. It's the 5x5x4. Okay, next up, we have the 3x3x5 Fisher cuboid. So I'll just pull out the 3x3x5 just for comparison. Now again, a Fisher cuboid, or a Fisher cube, is if you take an axis and rotate it by 45 degrees, then that's the Fisher cube. So if you were to take all of these layers and rotate, no. It's if you were to take these layers, these large layers, and rotate them by 45 degrees so that you're turning on the edges, well then that's what this is. So that turn is equivalent to that. Okay, and this is by Calvin as well. So the fact that it's a Fisher cuboid, it brings up some interesting situations you can get that you don't get on the regular 3x3x5. And of course it shapeshifts. So very fun puzzle. I love that one. Next up we have the 4x4x6. This is a tower, so it does shapeshift. By Calvin. And another annoying logo. So this is one of my all-time. I keep saying that, but I really love the cuboids. I love the higher order cuboids. I think they're a ton of fun to solve. Okay, and then next up we have the 4x4x6 Fisher cuboid. So again, you just Fisher these large face turns by 45 degrees and you get this. So this puzzle is actually, I think it's very challenging. Each time I solve it, or if you think about any other puzzle, like if you scramble it, you can get going into it, it's like, yeah, I'll be able to solve it without having to think too much about it. But every time I scramble this, I always need to think about what I'm doing. maybe it's just the way I solve it, but swapping is mainly these pieces. Moving these pieces around can be very, it just makes me think a lot. It's not that it's challenging, well, I guess it is challenging, but I know I can do it. It's just very heavy when it comes to thinking. So I love this puzzle when it comes to that. So these are the 4x4x6 puzzles by Calvin. Very fun puzzles. So next up, this is the X Cube by Calvin, I believe. Now we're finally gotten to what I was talking about, the cross cube mechanism. So if you were to think this whole thing as a 5x5, just imagine another layer extending out like this. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But so these would be the edges of the 5x5, and these would be the extended centers. So you can rotate these centers independently and just swap them around independently. So that's what I was meaning by the cross cube. So again, this basically solves like a 5x5 with these centers. You can swap them around independently, and this does shapeshift. I wouldn't really classify this as one of the 4 family groups of cuboids because we're kind of getting out of the purity of like the n by n by n's, because what would you really classify this as? A 1, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe, but they have extended layers, so I don't know. I just wouldn't really classify this. This is kind of an oddball, I guess. We're kind of getting into the oddballs, by the way. So that's the X cube. And then this one, if we just add one more layer, this is the X2, I believe, or the Master X cube. Same concept, just more layers, more pieces. And turn the big X's. There's a lot of pieces, so I have to really make sure it's lined up. This is actually a really cool looking puzzle. I do like the look of it. So the X cubes. Okay, moving on. We're going to go ahead and talk about this guy. This is the Calvin's puzzle 2x4x6. Now this is what you would consider an ultimate shapeshifter or an ultimate cuboid. So this cuboid, it's like all of the cuboids morphed into one, except for the dominoes, because this does shapeshift. So not really talking about that. So it has the parity of each of the other cuboids. So you have the floppy parity, the brick parity, and I guess just the fact that it shapeshifts. So the ultimate cuboid, the 2x4x6. I think this is a really challenging puzzle, but I also think it's really fun. I haven't remembered how to solve it because it has the brick parity as well, which I also don't remember exactly how, or I haven't memorized it. So I really do enjoy this puzzle. I think this one's a lot of fun. This is one of the rare puzzles that I actually have in white plastic. I think I have either 2 or 3 puzzles that are in white. So there's that. Next up, we have one of the OG puzzles. This puzzle is so OG. This was my first non-WCA puzzle that I've ever gotten. So this is the cubic 3x3x9 by Whit Eden. Yes, this is Whit Eden's puzzle. So you have these really tiny layers. So 3x3x9. You can scramble it like a 3x3 as well. It actually looks really cool scrambled just as a 3x3. So this was my very first non-WCA puzzle, and I really enjoyed this solve. Okay. So next up we're actually going to go back to the 2x2x N puzzles. So this is the 2x2x4 by Whit Eden. These next three puzzles are by Whit Eden. So this does shapeshift, so it's not a domino. It's a tower. I think when I was showing off the towers before, I think I said this was my last tower I had in my collection, but that was incorrect. These last three are actually my final towers. So this is the Whit Eden 2x2x4. Now, an interesting fact. So it starts off all scrambled and shapeshifted. Now, I could be wrong, but I swear I was solving it this one time, and I solved it. I was just solving it, and I got it back into cuboid shape, and it was solved. It was fully scrambled at first, and I was just solving it. But once I got it back into cuboid shape, it was immediately solved. I can't remember the exact number, but I asked on Reddit, what are the chances of that happening? Because, you know, getting a last layer skip on a 3x3 is like 1 in 15,000. I think this would be near 1 in 1 million. I don't know, but I swear that's what happened. It was just instantly solved after I scrambled it, or after I got it back into cuboid shape. So take my word for it, believe me or not, but I swear it happened. So that's the 2x2x4. Next up we have the 2x2x6, again by Whit Eden. Same concept, just more pieces. Okay. And then next up we have the 2x2x7. Now, this puzzle, I wouldn't recommend getting this puzzle. Oh, this one actually doesn't shapeshift. So this would technically be a domino. I would not recommend getting this puzzle because, see if he's, do I dare to do this, but yeah, there you go. It's actually pretty easy to put back together, so it's not a problem. But yeah, this happens all the time. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend getting this puzzle. It's not built well at all. I'm not entirely sure how it got mass produced, considering how poorly it's built. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Like, yeah, you just like, that's all it is. You literally just put it on and it's on. It's ready to go, I think. Reassembly video. I don't know. I'll just put this away. Okay, moving on. We have the very cool looking duo axis cube by MF8. So what this puzzle is an axis cube. Well, it's actually a 3x3x5. A cubic 3x3x5. So if you were to shrink these layers into cubic, and then you axis some of the layers, or axis all of the layers rather. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but when you axis a puzzle, it's kind of like ghosting where you shift some layers. But yeah, you just shift the turning axes to where everything is all shape-shifty. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then see if I can find the 3x3 layers. Nope. Where is it? Here we go. And then these layers would be these layers. So this puzzle's, I really like the solve of this one. This one's a lot of fun. This is the MF8 Duo Axis Cube. Okay, so those are all my mass-produced puzzles. Next up, we're going to go through all of my 3D printed puzzles. So the first 3D printed cuboid I have to show off is the Hexagem, printed by Cuboids Custom Stickers. And earlier in my collection video, I mentioned, or I showed off the Corona Cube, and I wasn't entirely sure who the designer was, but this is the same designer, and this was designed by Puzzleworks. And you can see the Corona logo. But yes, Puzzleworks designed the Hexagem and the Corona Cube. So I put this in my cuboid shelf because it's kind of similar to a 2x2x3 or 3x3x2, because you can turn it along this layer, turning it in half, just like that. And then you can also turn it 180 degrees on these faces, just like this, 180 degree turns. So it's similar in that way, similar in that sense. But yeah, I mean, it's really just a pseudo higher order version of a 2x2x or 3x3x2. Just has, instead of being a square face, it's a hexagon face. So just more pieces to deal with, but still a fun solve. I enjoy it. It's the Hexagem by Puzzleworks. Okay, next up we're going to move on to these guys. These are the cuboid. I guess they're not cuboids since they're triangular. So trianguloids? I don't know. But these are the Pyramixes, printed by Russia and designed by Russia. So starting off with this one, this is called the Slim Pyramix. So you can compare it to the 1x3x3. So this would just be the equivalent. So you can turn 180 degrees like that. And then you have the tips. So just like that. So the Split Pyramix. Then next up we have the Pyramado. So it's kind of a play on domino and pyramid, pyramino. So this is the equivalent. So you have the middle slice, which would be this. And then you still have the same turns like that. So this is just the 2-layer version of the Slim Pyramix. This one, it's stable. Like, I don't feel like it's gonna pop, but it's really like floppy in a way. I tried tightening it, but I guess just the way it's designed, it feels really floppy, I guess. Okay, and then next up we have the Prismix, which is just the next order up, the 3-layer version. So I guess you could compare this to a 3x3. This is just the triangular prism version of a 3x3. So you can turn it like that. And then you can turn it on all 3 of the triangular faces. Very cool. So this is the Prismix, Pyramino, and Slim Pyramix, designed and printed by Russia. Next up we have one more puzzle printed by Russia and designed by Russia. It's on his website, it's just called the Pentagon, but it's really a void pentagon. So he just gave this to me as a gift, actually. I guess just as a frequent buyer consolation gift, I guess. So that was very nice of him. So thank you for that. So you can actually compare this to the Ghost floppy 1x3x3, except it's not really a 1x3x3. But this is really what this is supposed to be. So a pentagon. So you have the 5 turning axes. You have the 5 turning axes on this. So, and you wouldn't call this a 1x3x3 because it's just not the same geometry, I guess. But anyways, it turns like this. Now, when you turn this puzzle, you really want to like pinch these because these edges, they're held on by basically nothing. So if you just turn it like this, then they'll have a tendency to fall out. So just turn it like that. It's very smooth moving. I really love the feeling of this puzzle. Just as long as you turn it properly, you'll be fine. So that is the Pentagon, or Void Pentagon, printed by Grigor Russia. Next up, we have the floppy square ones, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers, designed by CME. Here are the other 4, or 3. So there are 4 in total. This is the first one. Let me move these out of the way. So this is the first one, just a basic square one. If you were to just chop off the top layer, and you get this, you get the floppy. So it turns like that. This is a very trivial puzzle. I think there are only 6 possible positions, I think. So you turn it like this, and then you can turn the center. See, there we go. It's a little bit stiff actually, but you can turn the centers. Yeah, it's a little bit hard. Well, the centers can turn better on the 2, which I'll show off now. So this is the 2, or Super Floppy Square 2. That was Super Floppy Square 1. So it's not solved, obviously, but same concept. Turns down the middle, and then the center can turn. It's kind of hard to see that it's turning, but it is. There we go. See Super Floppy Square 2. Add a few more cuts. You have the Super Floppy Square 3. So now you have these really thin pieces. There. There we go. What's interesting is it's kind of a common theme with the super square ones. I don't have the mass-produced version, but there's a mass-produced square one called the super square one. I think that's just what it's called. But it has these turning centers like this. And I've heard, I don't have it, so I can't really speak from experience, but even that puzzle is very difficult to handle when it comes to the center. So it's interesting that these puzzles as well kind of share that similarity to the mass-produced one. And this is the very, really cool looking Super Floppy Square 4. So you have a ton of tiny little layers. And right now I really can't seem to get this center turning, but it does turn. I really don't know how to solve this, or any of the other 3, or 2 rather. The square one's trivial pretty much, so. Okay, next up we have the Evil Seed, designed by Gyroscope. And this is the 3D printed one, but there is a mass-produced version by Calvin. I got this before it was mass-produced. And now there's also a Seed 1, which if you just ignore the center and ignore this middle cut, you could turn it just like this. And those are the only turns you have available. So what this puzzle did, or Gyroscope added a center slice to split it down the middle, and he exposed these centers, so the eagle eyes. This is a pseudo 2x2x3, kind of. It's more prominent to see the 2x2x3 on this next one, which is the Seed 3. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then you still have these turns. Now what's interesting about these puzzles, little fun fact, I think the idea behind these puzzles, it was to create the world's first puzzle, twisty puzzle, with only 3 faces. So he even said like it's kind of cheating in a way since the faces are curved, so it's a pseudo 3-faced puzzle. But yeah. So this kind of is only 3 faces, I guess, if you consider curved faces being a face. But what's interesting about this puzzle, or these puzzles, is they actually do shapeshift. Now I've had these puzzles for maybe 4 or 5 months, but I had no idea that they shapeshifted until Tony Fisher came out in his video, and he was reviewing this puzzle, the mass-produced version, and even he missed the fact that it shapeshifted until he uploaded a video like the next day explaining that it actually does shapeshift. So that just blew my mind. I was like, I've had these puzzles for so long, and I had no idea. So that was very interesting. I had no idea. So those are the Evil Seeds, or Seed 2, or Evil Seed, and the Seed 3 by Gyroscope, printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers. And then last but not least, we have David Pitcher's Star of the Seven. So I really love this puzzle. This is one of my favorite cuboids. Probably my favorite floppy cuboid. So you can compare it to this and kind of to this. So this is a square geometry. This is a pentagon geometry. And this is a heptagon geometry, so a 7-sided face, 7-sided shape, heptagon. So the Star of the Seven is just the religious symbol in the TV series Game of Thrones. And so David Pitcher, what he did, he just created a puzzle out of it. So it's a floppy, so it only turns in 180 degrees like this. And I love the feeling of this puzzle. This puzzle, it doesn't feel like any other 3D printed puzzle I have. I don't know really how to explain it. But that is the Star of the Seven by David Pitcher. It looks really nice. I love the look of this puzzle. Okay. So that'll do it for my cuboid shelf. We have 2 more shelves to go. Okay, moving on. Now we are onto the dodecahedron shelf. Starting off, we'll take a look at these just neat little 1x1 Megaminxes. They're just there to look neat, I guess. So starting off with the actual puzzles, the 2x2, I'm not even going to call them 2x2. I'll just call them by their name. And these next puzzles are going to all be by Xing Xiao. So this is the Kilo Minx. So this is a corners only Megaminx. And for the uninitiated, the Megaminx is this one. So 2-layer, 3-layer. So this has the edge and the corner. This is the classic Megaminx. all is basically like a 3x3, just more pieces. Next up we have the Master Kilominx. So the 4x4 equivalents. Next we have the 5-layer equivalents, which is the Gigaminx. Of all the Shell Dodecahedrons, like there are a couple more coming up, but I feel like this one is the worst turning wise. It's not bad, but it's just really bumpy. Like it's by no means bad at all, but the others feel just much smoother. Like even the highest order ones feels much smoother than this one, so that's kind of interesting. So that's the Gigaminx. And then we're getting to the big leagues now. The next layer up is the 6-layered Elite Kilominx. So it was at this point, or before an Elite Kilominx was made and produced, I told myself if there's ever an Elite Kilominx that gets mass produced, I told myself that I would buy or purchase every single higher order Megaminx that's to come out. I haven't technically held true to that yet. I am missing one, but I will get it at some point. So this is the Elite Kilominx. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next one up is the Terraminx. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the Terraminx. And then we're skipping the 8x8s. Unfortunately, as we all know, the naming system for the Dodecahedrons are really bad. Like there's just a whole debate on what they should be called. But and then we get around to the 8-layered one, which is literally just called the 8x8 Megaminx, which I think is so dumb. It doesn't make sense why that's called that. It should be something like the Royal Megaminx or something, just to somewhat follow conventional naming schemes, kind of like the Pyraminx is, you know, Elite, Royal, and etc. For whatever reason, they just called it the 8x8 Megaminx, which is really annoying. But I don't have that one. I will be getting it at some point, but for now, we're just going to skip it. So skipping 8, we have the 9x9, or 9-layered. I shouldn't say 9x9. This is the Petaminx, and this has some weight to it. This is really heavy. Probably my heaviest puzzle. So this is the 8-layer version. 8-layer Megaminx. The Petaminx. Now I believe there is an NxNs in the works, which is this is 9 layers, not 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9. The next order up, skipping 10, would be the NxNs, and I believe Shell is making an NxNs. I've heard rumors of an NxNs in the works. So that'd be really exciting if one gets mass produced, and really expensive. Or maybe it was MF8 that was in the making. I'm not sure. But either way, I will be picking it up once it comes out. Or I will be picking it up at some point when it comes out. Okay, so those are the higher order Megaminxes. I'm going to take a step back. Just back to a regular Megaminx. This is a Limcube Megaminx in limited edition transparent pink. And it actually turns really well. I love the turning of this. It feels nice. And then next we have the Calvin's Puzzle Super Mega Mix. And I actually don't think I explained what a super cube is. A super cube is, all it is just when the centers have orientation. So as you can see, the sticker scheme is in a way so that the gray, you can see, is pointing up. So that's the gray face. Light blue is right here. And it just all lines up. This puzzle actually turns really well. So this is the Calvin's Puzzle Super Mega Mix. Next up we have the QJ Pyraminx Crystal. Now, what this puzzle is a Kilominx. So you have the Kilominx corners. And then these wedges can move around like the pieces on a Pyraminx. Like that. And this is a tiled version. They're not actually stickers, so that's pretty neat. It's the QJ Pyraminx, or Pyraminx Crystal. Okay, next up we have some pretty cool puzzles, but unfortunately their turning is not super great. This is the MF8 Pentultimate, Void Pentultimate rather. Now what this is, if you think of a 3x3 being changed into a dodecahedron, then you get this, the Megamix. So if you turn a Skewb into a dodecahedron, then you get this, the Pentultimate. So again, turning on this, it's really not that great. The centers, they just easily fall off. They're just kind of sitting loosely in there. Same with the corners. They just pop off really easily. There is no mass-produced non-void one. I'm not sure why. It seems like it would be obvious to make a non-void one first and then go for the void, but it's very interesting. Interesting move by MF8. I just wish it turned better. If it turned better, I would have a lot more fun solving this. So that's kind of unfortunate. So anyways, if you think that as the Skewb, well, we've already seen the Master Skewb. So if we turned the Pentultimate into a Master, we get, well, the Master Pentultimate. So this one actually turns better than the Pentultimate. It might not look like it, but this really does turn a lot smoother. Maybe not smoother, but it's just better, trust me. So what's interesting about this puzzle, it's actually a void. If I can maybe get the center out. There we go. So this puzzle acts as a void as well. So if you wanted to solve it as a void, you can. I mean, this one, again, you can still take the center caps off, but at that point there's no stickers, so what's the point? There's literally no point in taking off the caps for this one. But if you take off the caps for this one, it actually does change the solve, so not sure the decision. Again, I'm not sure the decision behind this one. Like this puzzle just doesn't really make any sense, to be honest. So anyways, this is the MF8 Master Pentultimate, which is basically just a dodecahedral shape mod of the Master Skewb. Okay, next up we have the Star Minxes. This is the Star Minx 1. So what this one is It's a shallow cut corner turning dodecahedron. And this is also called the Rex dodecahedron. This one's actually quite stiff. So this puzzle is actually equivalent to the fairly well-known Ready Minx, which was recently released by Moyu. And this is an MFA puzzle. I don't think I mentioned that. But the Ready Minx is basically the same thing as this, but this came out way before the Ready Minx. Okay, so that's the Star Minx one, or people also call it the Dino dodecahedron because it just has dino cuts. So the Star Minx one, or Dino dodecahedron. Next up we have the Star Minx 2. So this has the exact same cut pattern, but this one turns in a much different way. This is a very deep cut puzzle, like that. And it looks very crazy when it's all scrambled up. The solve of this actually, it's not super hard. The only difficult part is finding a commutator to swap these little triangles around. That's pretty much the only difficult part. But other than that, the solve is actually not too bad. Now what's interesting is this puzzle, like these points right here are actually very sharp. So you can easily cut yourself on that. Not really cut yourself, but it doesn't feel pleasant, to say the least. Okay, and then for the final Star Minx, this is the Curvy Star Minx, which is actually the same thing as the Star Minx 2, except now we have exposed corners. So it turns in the exact same way, just now with exposed corners. I really like the look of this one. It's the Curvy Star Minx, also by MF8. And then last but not least, if we bring back the Master Pentultimate, if you think back to my Skewb shelf, I showed off the multi-cube, which was, you could see inside the window of the multi-cube, which was a Master Skewb. You could see the inner puzzle. Well, you can do the exact same thing with this, since this is just a dodecahedral shape mod of the Master Skewb. So you can do the exact same concepts. You just open up the windows and expose the inner puzzle and create the multi-dodecahedron. This is by MF8. So it turns the exact same way as the multi-dodecahedron, or the Master Pentultimate. And it functions the exact same way as the multi-cube. So you turn the top layer, and the top part of the inner puzzle turns. Now this puzzle, it takes quite a while for it to start working well. Out of the box, it was not turning well at all. It was actually very horrible. But give it some time and effort, and it does actually start to turn somewhat nicely. It's not amazing, but it's a million times better than what it was out of the box. But it looks amazing. I love the look of this puzzle. This is one of my favorite looking puzzles. Okay, so that wraps up the dodecahedron shelf. So we have one more to go. Alright, so we've reached the final shelf of my collection, and these puzzles are all of the classic shape mods of typical in-by-in puzzles. So to start off, we'll go to the, I guess, probably what you would consider the most classic of the classic puzzles, which is the 3x3 mirror block, or bump cube. So this is, I think this is Sheng Xiao. This is the Sheng Xiao puzzle. So what this puzzle, the mirror blocks do is, you can see each layer, they're not the same size, and it's like on every single axis, so each layer is different. or different sized at least. So instead of solving it by color, like you would normally a 3x3, it's solved by shape. So this is probably the ultimate classic puzzle. And I just scrambled it, I think. There we go. Okay. And if you get the gold and silver, because there's two versions of the Xingqiao one. There's silver stickers and gold stickers. And if you get either one of those, you have to be wary of the orientation, because as you can see, there's the grains. You can see it's going up. So you can actually have a center rotated wrong, and it would look kind of off. So if you get that, you want to be a little bit wary if you care about center orientation. But that's. And then here's another mirror block. This is just a blue one. This is not Xingqiao. I think this is a Cube for You Xingqiao, or Cube for You mirror block. Same thing. No center orientation though. I just like blue, so I got one in blue. And then we have a Xingqiao 2x2 mirror block. Same exact concept, just as a 2x2. Okay, next up, we have another classic shape mod, the Axis Cube. This is QJ, I believe, I think. So what an Axis Cube is, it's a 3x3, and what they've done with this puzzle is they've rotated the axes. I don't know the exact increments of degrees, but they just rotate it in a way so that it just looks like this. So you can see this is the center, edge, 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 corner, 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 corner. So they kind of shifted the axis in some fashion. So it all shape shifts like crazy. And it looks like a sharp, pointy glass shard when it's all scrambled up. And I think I just scrambled it. Did I? Yeah. I can get that back. So if we go one layer up to a 4x4, we get the 4x4 Axis Cube. And this is the Moyu puzzle. Now this puzzle is pretty old in my collection. I've had this is one of my very first puzzles. And this is the first, I guess, puzzle that I was really excited about. Like I can't even express how excited I was ordering it, seeing it released, finally purchasing one, and receiving it in the mail. Like it was just amazing. One of my top, I guess, reactions, I don't know, just receiving a puzzle. I just have so many fond memories of finally receiving this puzzle. And this was very early on in my collection, back when my collection was very small. So that's the 4x4 Axis Cube. Okay, next up, we have the Fisher Cubes. I don't remember what brand this is. But we finally got into the Fisher Cubes. I know I've been mentioning throughout my collection video fissuring puzzles. And so we finally got into the Fisher Cube. So again, it's just a 3x3, but 4 of the axes in one plane have been shifted by 45 degrees. So instead of turning on the face, like you would a normal 3x3, the face turn is now shifted 45 degrees, so it's now on the edge. So you get these turns. So that's the Fisher Cube. We go up one layer, we get the 4x4 Fisher Cube. This is the Moyu Fisher Cube. Now, what's cool about this one, the 4x4 Fisher Cube, is it actually has 2 solve states. You can actually have opposite centers swapped. Not yellow and white, or yellow and white, but you can have orange and red swapped, or blue and green swapped. So that's kind of neat. And then here's another 4x4 Fisher Cube. This is still MOU, but this one is in limited edition transparent pink. And this is what that puzzle looks like scrambled up. I think it looks really, really cool scrambled. So I don't know if these are still available, because they were limited edition when I got them, or at least this one was. The regular 4x4 Fisher Cube I know is still available, but the transparent pink was limited edition. Okay, we're going to take another step down. Back to the 3x3. This is still the Fisher Cube, but this is the Calvin's Puzzle Fisher Wall Cube. And now there are 3 versions of the wall cube, or Fisher wall. I don't know which version this is, but basically what they did was they made the Fisher Cube, right? And then they, in a way, unfissured the center, or the middle slice. So you get this, and then you shave it back down into cubic shape, and then you can imagine turning like this, like you would normally. So you could turn it like this, and then you unfissure, and then you could still turn it. So that's what this did. So you can unfissure it, and then it turns again. So I don't know if this is an actual true definition of a ghost puzzle, but again, what a ghost puzzle is, it's when you rotate an axis like this, so it's turning, but then you rotate it to where it's cubic shape. So when you're solving this, you solve it off center. So it's fully solved like this, but now it's blocked. So that's what a ghost cube is. So I think this could technically fall under the category of ghost cube, since you solve it off center. So I think that's how it works, but I don't know. I don't know if that's truly the definition, or if this even falls under the ghost cube category. But I like to think of it as a ghost cube, because it kind of is, kind of isn't. Okay, and then one more Fisher Cube. This is the MOU Crazy Fisher Cube. Again, it's just a Fisher Cube, rotated 90 degree, or 4 axes rotated 90 degrees to where you're turning on the edges. But the other 3 axes, so the top and bottom layer, so these 4 layers, 4 axes on this side, this side, this side, and this side, those are all the ones rotated 45 degrees. You still get the same thing, rotated 45 degrees on these 4. But what they did was, on the top layers, this one and this one, they kind of like melted it a little way, kind of shifted it. So they just kind of, I don't know, they changed the direction of turning with the top and bottom layer. But that's all they did. It's the same exact solve. Well, I guess not the same exact. Some of the pieces are now a little bit different, so, but it's mostly the same. And this is, I think this might be limited edition transparent purple plastic. I'm not sure. But either way, it looks pretty cool. And I enjoy this all a lot. Next up, we're done with the axis puzzles. Or we're done with the Fisher puzzles. And now we're going to go on to the windmill puzzles. This is the same company who did the axis cube. I'm not sure who did it. QJ maybe? But this is the windmill cube. Now, it's the same concept as a Fisher cube, but they rotated the 4 axes in that plane. I don't know how much they rotated it by, but it's maybe a little bit more than 45 degrees. So instead of turning on the face like a normal 3x3, they kind of off-centered it so where it turns on the edge again, but as you can see, it's not symmetrical like the Fisher cube was. So, and it's called windmill, the windmill cube, because, well, it kind of resembles a windmill with these edges. And if you put it in a checkerboard pattern, it actually looks really cool. So this is a windmill cube in a checkerboard pattern. It looks like a ninja star, a shuriken. So it looks really cool. Okay, and we can do the same thing like we did with the Fisher cubes. We have the 4x4 Fisher cube. This is the Moyu puzzle. And this was limited edition transparent purple. So the same exact concept. Here it is in a Fisher, or in a checkerboard pattern. It doesn't look nearly as cool as the 3x3 one, but there you go. It's the 4x4 windmill cube. And then we take a step back down, back to the 3x3s, and you get the Fisher wall cube, again by Calvin. So same exact concept. You solve it off center, and then you can turn it like this. It's the windmill wall cube. Again, I'm not sure which version it is, but it's one of the three. And then one more windmill cube. This is the crazy windmill cube by Moyu. Same exact concept. The 45 degrees on 4 axes in one plane, and then the top and bottom layer are kind of rotated down a little bit. I kid you not, I just ran out of room on my SD card. So anyways, this is the windmill, or crazy windmill cube by Moyu. Next up, we have two puzzles that are very similar. This is by Calvin's puzzle, and this is the Iton's Twist, and this is just a 3x3. And what they did was they took a 3x3 and they rotated the top layer. They just kind of twisted the whole puzzle by 90 degrees, and so it just forms this. So you can kind of imagine it twisting back. So you have the white face, the blue face, but in reality, what the faces are in this puzzle, this is the whole face. So this is what would be the face of the white face, or yellow face, but since it got twisted 90 degrees, it's like this. And then this one is the Fisher twist. So they just took a Fisher cube, and the same thing, they just twisted the top, or twisted the whole puzzle by 90 degrees. So, interesting concept. Nothing really new, it's just another shape mod. Just looks kind of cool. Next up, we have this 3x3 barrel, which I picked up at the Dollar Tree. So, it's even missing a center cap, so no brand, or not that I know of, but it's just a 3x3 barrel. This is a very easy puzzle, by the way, since the top layer and the bottom layer, like none of the pieces really have a specific spot. Like any of the corners can go anywhere, all the edges can go anywhere. Same with the middle layer, all the edges can go wherever they want. Same with the top layer. But the only thing you really need to worry about is the last layer having an edge flipped, because the middle layer does have equivalency of edge flipping, so that's the only interesting case you can get. But other than that, it's probably the simplest 3x3 that's an actual puzzle. Next up, we have the Dayan Gems, I think that's how you say it, case cube. Now, this looks really crazy, but in reality, this is just a 3x3. So, some of the pieces, or some of what looks like the cuts, they're actually glued together. So, like, this whole piece is just one corner. Let me see if I can show it off a little bit better. Okay, here. So this blue and white, this is just all one corner, even though they're extra cuts, but they're actually glued together. So these don't actually separate. So there are a few pieces that are like that, where they're just glued together, make it look like there's more going on. But no, it's just a 3x3. And this turns actually really well. I love the turning of this puzzle. And the checkerboard pattern looks really cool, I think. looks like a Space Invader. So that's the Dayan case cube. Next up we have what I think is now a classic, or what's going to be considered a classic a few years down the line. The Z cube, I think. That's who made it. This is the Penrose cube. Now the Penrose cube is just a 3x3, and you can see these faces have been morphed together like that. And same with these and these. So two faces are going to be morphed together. So you can kind of consider this being a three-faced puzzle, I guess. Although not really. But it's just a 3x3. You do have edge flipping equivalency, so you could get on the last layer an edge flipped, and you can also get two edges swapped, since there are edge equivalencies. So that's an interesting case you can get. That's the Penrose 3x3. Next up we have the 4x4 rhombic dodecahedron. I don't remember who made this, but this is just a really nice looking 4x4 shape mod. The turning is not that great. It's kind of okay though. The outer layers are a bit stiff. And now what a rhombic puzzle is. So what a rhombic puzzle, or what the name of this puzzle has been derived from, is the actual face pattern, or the shape of the face itself, which is a rhombus, I believe. And so rhombic dodecahedron, since there's a rhombus on each face. So it's the rhombic dodecahedron by some unknown company that I can't remember. Next up we have another rhombic puzzle. This is the Moyan 1. Now there is a second Moyan, which just has the circular eyes in the middle, kind of like the evil eye puzzle in my Cuboid section. But it's the same concept as this. But what this puzzle is basically, it's the cross cube mechanism again. If you imagine a 5x5, but just centers. So all of these faces are, if you can imagine, the 5x5 centers. And then you can exchange the 5x5 centers by doing the pseudo 3x3 moves, because you're really only moving the centers. Those are the only piece types on this puzzle, or just the centers. So that's the Moyan 1. Next up, we have Trajber's 4x4 octahedron. Again, I can't remember the name of the company who made this. But if you solve the thing about this puzzle, it's just a 4x4, but if you solve it with the standard reduction method, it can actually get very confusing. And it's actually very difficult to solve it that way. Because, as you can see, so these are the edges. And so if you were to pair them up, like that, like just imagine them paired up and everything else around it scrambled, it's hard to keep track. Since you do that with every single edge, it's hard to keep track of what edge is actually solved, since these two colors aren't the same. So you would have to look around for the centers to see, okay, red and white. So I do need a red and white edge, and I have made one. So when you go to do the regular, exchange it with something that's not solved, and to put it back down like that, it's just the standard reduction method, beginner method, but it's just really hard to keep track of what's solved and what's not. So it's really difficult in that fashion. So that's the 4x4 octahedron. Next up we have the Dayan Wheels of Wisdom. Now this is actually a simplified version of the Dayan Gems 6. So the Dayan Gems 6 has a lot more pieces going on, but this is basically the exact same thing, just a lot more simplified. So the wheels turn like on the Dayan Gems 6, but every single piece can be exchanged with each other. Whereas the Dayan Gems 6, every single piece, or at least most of the pieces, are unique. So you have the wheel turns and the 3x3 turns. and that sticker is peeling. Yeah, this puzzle is also really not that great in terms of build, but it looks really cool. I do like the look of it. Next, we have the N=Lateral cube. I think this is by YJ. I could be wrong, I'm not sure. And basically what this puzzle is, it's sort of like a mirror block where some of the layers aren't the same size, as you can see. And on the mirror block, every single layer on each axis is a different size. But on this axis, or I guess on this axis rather, the layers are the same exact size. So they don't shapeshift in this direction, but they do shapeshift in this direction. And so it's kind of like a mirror cube, kind of not. But the real thing that makes a difference is the color scheme, obviously. It's just this rainbow pattern. This puzzle is actually pretty difficult to solve. I find it pretty confusing, trying to figure out where each piece goes and trying to figure out the center orientation. It can be difficult to know where pieces go and what the center orientation are. Anyways, that's the N=Lateral cube. Next up, we're going to do Megaminx shape mods. So a Megaminx is a dodecahedron. So if you turn that into a cube or a hexahedron, then you get this. Well, it's called the Hexaminx actually. And this is produced by Calvin's Puzzle. So all this is just a Megaminx. So you have the center, and then the star edges, which are this, and this. And then the 5 corners, this, and this. So, of course, it shapeshifts. And I really like the look of the metallic purple. I think it looks really cool. It's a bit springy, the spring noise, but the spring noise doesn't bother me. I know it can bother some people, but it's whatever for me. Okay. And then moving on with more Megaminx shape mods. So that was a cubic shape mod of the Megaminx. Well, what happens if you turn it into a tetrahedron or a pyramid? Then you get this, the Rulominx, or the RL Minx for short, because spelling Rulominx is a nightmare. So all this is just a tetrahedral shape mod of the Megaminx. So as you can see, the star edges 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 5 corners 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this was printed by Chewy's Custom Stickers, and this is the only 3D printed puzzle I have on this shelf. And this is actually, unfortunately, the last 3D printed puzzle I have in my collection that I'll be showing off. And there are no more after this. Okay, so that is the Rulominx. Oh, and well, this design is by Gyroscope. This isn't the original design for the Rulominx. I'm actually not sure who originally designed it, but this mechanism is by Gyroscope. So he kind of made his own mechanism. So this is Gyroscope's version of the Rulominx. So there you go. Okay, back to the regular 3x3 shape mods. We have this very menacing puzzle. Actually, this puzzle is actually deceivingly difficult. This is the YJ Heart, and it's actually not solved right now. I actually gave this a solve before I started filming, but the reason it's so difficult is because the center well, there's a few things. You have center orientation. It might not look like it, but very subtly, the center can actually be rotated, and it does have orientation. So the center orientation, these edges and these edges have a specific spot they go to. So these can swap with each other, but you might not know it until the very end. The same with these edges and these edges. But you might need to swap some edges across the puzzle, because normally you build it, or you solve the puzzle, you know, this layer, the middle layer, and then the top layer. And at the end of the solve, if you realize you need to swap some edges, you might need to swap an edge from the top layer to the bottom edge, or vice versa. The thing is, you don't know which edge is the problem, which edge needs to be swapped where, so it's really just trial and error until you get it. And then, it might be hard to tell, but this center right here is actually rotated wrong. I think I might just need to rotate it 180 degrees and it'll be solved. Let me try that real quick. So again, there are very subtle things with this puzzle that makes it very difficult to actually solve. Okay, so that looks right. I think it's fully solved now, yeah. So this is honestly one of the hardest 3x3 shape mods, I believe. Or at least in my opinion, I think it's one of the hardest. So moving on. We have the Moyu Wheel of Time. So this is kind of like the Dayan Wheels of Wisdom in the Dayan Gems 6, but this is a super simplified version of both of those. So it's solved like a 3x3, like that. And then you have the cross cube element, because these can turn independently. And it's solved as such. The problem with this puzzle is this middle layer is very thin. So when you go to turn it, you could accidentally turn the middle layer. So if you're performing an algorithm, you might end up rotating the middle layer, which I didn't intend to do that time, but if you're trying to do an F move, it can be very easy to just accidentally rotate the middle layer. So that's the Wheel of Time. Now there are 3 puzzles in this series. You have the Wheel of Time, the Fisher Wheel of Time, and the Axis Wheel of Time. Now here are the other 2. This is the Fisher Wheel of Time and the Axis Wheel of Time. The Fisher Wheel of Time, it's the same thing, just fissured, so 45 degrees on the axis, just rotated 45 degrees, and you get this. It's an okay puzzle. The problem is these centers can be quite challenging to turn at times. It's not super bad, but when you get to the Axis Wheel of Time, this is probably the worst puzzle in my collection. This is probably in the top 3 worst puzzles in my collection. Or at least top 5. Easily top 5. I don't even know how this got the green light to get mass produced. Like, it's such a bad puzzle. Especially by a big name like Moyu. Like, it's just atrocious. Like, these wheels, they're actually impossible to turn without catching. So again, what this puzzle is the Axis Wheel of Time. You just take an Axis cube along with the Wheel of Time, and just combine them together and you get this. Just an Axis version. Like I'm trying... It's so bad. I don't understand how this puzzle was even considered to be mass produced. It's just trash. But yeah. So if you're gonna get any of those puzzles, I would definitely recommend this one. This one's not bad at all. I mean, it's just okay. These are definitely much easier to turn than the Axis Wheel of Time, but it can still be tricky. But definitely get this one. This one's actually really good, except for the middle layers turning on you accidentally. That's the only problem with this one. The wheels turn perfectly fine. There's no catching to them. So yeah. Okay, we are almost done. Next up we have the Ghost Cubes. So this is the Meffert's Ghost Cube. And again, what a Ghost Cube is, it's when you have to solve the puzzle off-center or offset. So this is its solved state, but you only have access to, I guess, 2 layers, 2 turns available. So what you have to do is you have to align the layers like this, so you can see the cut down the middle, and that gives you access to all the other turns. So when you solve it like this in its non-cubic shape, and then you have to, once all the pieces are together, and then you put it back like that. So now it's solved. So that's what makes it a ghost, is when it's off-center like that. And you solve the whole puzzle off-center. So I really like the look of the original Meffert's Ghost Cube. Just white stickers with black plastic. It just seems like what a ghost would seem like, I guess. It just has that ghost look to it. So that's the Ghost Cube. I have a few more Ghost Cubes actually. Here are 2 more. This is the Ninja Ghost Cube, or it's produced by Ninja. Well, Ninja, I don't know. It's the Ninja Ghost Cube, but the company, I don't remember who the company actually is. But it's the exact same thing. There are colors on the pieces, but that doesn't affect the solve at all. It's the exact same solve, because you're solving by shape anyways. So having the stickers, well, if they were all the same color on each face, then it would make the solve much easier, but the fact that all the colors are different, it's still the exact same solve. So that's the Ninja Ghost Cube. I actually like the look of this puzzle. It looks like stained glass. I think this one looks really nice. And then this is just again another normal Ghost Cube. I think this is a Fang Kun Ghost Cube with blue stickers. So again, the exact same thing. There's nothing different about this one, except this one probably, well, this one does turn worse. Of the 3, well, this one probably turns the best. This one doesn't. This one's fine, but this one, it just feels like you're turning glass on glass. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it just glides super easily. It just feels like glass, you know? So I think the feeling of that's really cool. This turns perfectly fine, but as you can clearly hear, it's just very clunky. So it's just a different feeling. This one, though, is pretty stiff, honestly. So not my favorite puzzle, but it looks pretty cool in blue. I still prefer the white stickers on black plastic. So those are the 3x3s. But then we have the 2x2 Ghost Cube. This is by Limcube, I think. So all this is a 2x2 Ghost Cube. This is actually quite difficult to solve. You can get a case where if you're solving it, you solve the layer like this is one layer. You can actually get like a perfectly flush layer like this, but it's still incorrect. And you might not know it until the very end when you have corners that are rotated incorrectly. So the way I remember it is if you see like a full-on X with a cuts on one face, like if you were to see a full X right here, then you have the wrong case, because you could turn, you know, this way and this way at the same time without having to misalign the pieces. But you see the X right here, and that's what you want to do. Like that's, you know, that's the correct solve position, because it's not on, you know, an actual face. It's on, the X goes across multiple faces. So if you see an X on one face, then that's wrong, and you need to reorganize things, because you're going to run into problems later on. So yeah, the puzzle, the turning itself actually isn't that good. It catches quite a lot, but it's alright, I guess. So that's the 2x2 Ghost Cube. And then one more Ghost Cube. We have the Ghost Barrel, or as it's called on the, pretty much wherever you buy it, it's called the Ghost Hedgehog. I'm not sure why it's called the Ghost Hedgehog, but this is a Meffert's puzzle again. So again, it's just a Ghost Cube. turned into a barrel. You misalign the layers, so you can turn it like this. This one's a little bit more catchy than the original Ghost Cube. The original, my first one, but it's not bad at all. If you were to pick up one Ghost Cube without having any puzzle or any Ghost Cube solving knowledge, if you were to pick up either this one or the regular Ghost Cube, I think this one might actually be much harder to solve. But if you already had experience with solving the regular one, then you could probably solve this one without too much trouble. But if you were to just pick up one blindly without having any experience with either, if you picked up this one, I'm pretty sure this one would be much more difficult to solve than if you were to get this one. So I'm not really sure why. I just felt like when I was first solving this, I was like, wow, this is actually pretty challenging. So yeah. Okay, so we are on to our last sets of puzzles. We are down to the final few. Now, I've been going through a bunch of classic shape mods, but there is one family of classic shape mods I haven't gone through yet. And if you're knowledgeable in puzzles and have a lot of experience with puzzles and non-WCA puzzles, which puzzle family have I not shown off yet? Well, the answer are the Mastermorphixes. So this is the final family of puzzles I will be showing right now, the classic Mastermorphix. So again, this is just a 3x3 transformed into a tetrahedron. So you have edge, 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 corner, 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 corner. Now this is the Xingqiao Mastermorphix. This is one of the first puzzles I would recommend you getting if you're starting off with collecting and getting into non-WCA puzzles. This is a really good one to start off with. The Xingqiao Mastermorphix. We'll take one step down for the 2x2 Mastermorphix, and this is the Xingqiao one as well. This is a really cute looking puzzle. You can even make it into like a rocket ship pattern, I guess. So that's the 2x2 Mastermorphix. Or I guess it's actually called the Pyramorphix, yes. The Pyramorphix. So we have the 3x3 Mastermorphix, 2x2 the Pyramorphix. Okay, so here's another Pyramorphix. I think this is a Xingqiao one, but this one is just flat-faced as opposed to the pillowed version. So I got this one first, but then once Xingqiao started coming out with the well, they came out with this one first, but then when they came out with the pillowed one, I felt like I had to get the pillowed one because it just looks better, especially in the collection, especially when lined up with this. So yeah, so this is the exact same thing, just with a flat face. You can still put it into the rocket ship pattern. I actually like the rocket ship pattern better on this one. So this is, again, another flat face 2x2 Pyramorphix. So one step up from 3x3 is 4x4. This is the Megamorphix. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 layers. This is the Xingqiao puzzle. And now I actually got this one first. This is the Moyu Megamorphix. This was back in my early collection days. This is one of the first non-WCA puzzles I got. This is one that I was really excited to get to, kind of like the Master Axis Cube. I was also very excited to get this one. This one just like blew my mind when I first saw it. So I was very, very excited to get it. So again, this is just a 4x4. Different company. I like the stickered version better. You can see the the face pattern a lot better. So those are the Mastermorphixes. Or Megamorphix, rather. And now the final puzzle in my collection. One step up from the Megamorphics is the Ultramorphics, or what it's unfortunately called on marketplaces, the Gigamorphics. The original designer, Tripoom, he called it the Ultramorphics, so it's unfortunate that online sellers, online companies call it the Gigamorphics, because that's not really what it's called. It's just one of those things that bugs me being a purist. But this is the Ultramorphics. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 layers. The 5-layered Master Morphics. And it looks really cool in a checkerboard pattern. If I can get it. This actually turns really well. It can be kind of hard to see where the faces line up, so you can actually make a turn. But once everything's lined up, it turns just perfectly fine. Just absolutely perfect. So this is the checkerboard pattern. It looks really nice. Okay. So that is my collection. Those are all of my puzzles in my collection. I hope you enjoyed, and thank you for watching.